ABC News, good evening, I'm Kerry Worthington. The Prime Minister Anthony Albanese says he's open to softening the government's policy of deporting Kiwi criminals living in Australia. Here's political reporter Elias Klur.
Anthony Albanese has finished hosting his New Zealand counterpart Jacinda Ardern in Sydney. Among a range of topics discussed was the use of Section 501 of Australia's Migration Act, which allows for foreign criminals to be deported even if they've spent most of their lives in Australia. Jacinda Ardern says the previous government's use of the rule has been unfair.
There are some who are being deported from Australia who, for all intents and purposes, are Australian.
Mr Albanese says he's open to more discussions on the issue.
The Prime Minister's been very forceful in her views. We have listened.
It's estimated that over 2,000 people have been sent back to New Zealand as a result of the policy.
The Chief Executive of the Geelong Council says he's bitterly disappointed that Victorian MPs have aired their frustrations with the council in the media. Erin Cooper reports.
The 5 state government MPs in the Geelong region co-wrote a letter to the Geelong Deputy Mayor saying they lack confidence in the council's ability to deliver state-funded infrastructure. They outlined a number of projects that weren't progressing fast enough, behaviour they said could no longer be tolerated. Premier Daniel Andrews supports the letter, saying the council needs to do the work or get out of the way. In a statement, Geelong Council Chief Executive Martin Cutter says the letter contains significant inaccuracies and any concerned local members are welcome to contact him anytime.
An inquiry into education has finished today after hearing about autistic girls being failed by the mainstream education system. More from National Disability Affairs reporter Elizabeth White.
On the final day of the education hearing, the Disability Royal Commission has heard from Katie Coulis, the CEO of Yellow Ladybugs, an organisation which advocates for autistic girls. Ms Coulis told the inquiry that schools needed to be neurodivergent-led and informed. She said autistic students were more likely to be bullied at school. Ms Coulis said teachers needed more training so that autistic girls were celebrated for their difference, rather than being encouraged to mask who they really were.
Refugee advocates are calling on the government to remove people with pre-existing health conditions from an immigration detention centre in Melbourne's north, where they say there's an outbreak of COVID-19. The Refugee Action Coalition's Ian Rintoul says 8 people have so far tested positive in one compound at Mitre Detention Centre in Broadmeadows. He says some have been moved to a separate quarantine area, but more needs to be done to keep people safe in immigration detention.
But the reality is that as safe as possible in a detention centre is not safe at all. And the government, this government, the Labor government, needs to move in a way that the coalition government consistently refused to, and that is to get all the high-risk individuals out of the detention environment.
Malaysia has agreed to abolish the mandatory death sentence and replace it with other punishments at the discretion of the court. Malaysia has had a moratorium on execution since 2018, when it also made a promise to abolish mandatory and discretionary capital punishment. But the government backtracked in 2019, saying it would scrap mandatory capital punishment but leave it for courts to decide if a person convicted of a serious crime should hang. 2 men have been rescued from a vat of chocolate at one of the sweetmaker Mars Wrigley's factories in the American state of Pennsylvania. Firefighters had to extract the pair after they became stuck waist deep in the tank of chocolate. It's not known how they fell into the tank. In sport, Hawthorn President Jeff Kennett says the Tasmanian government will need to double its offer to fund a Tasmanian AFL team for it to be viable. The state government has tabled a $150 million package to the AFL, which includes $50 million in start-up money and a further $100 million over 10 years to fund the team. But Kennett, who will join the other 17 AFL presidents in deciding the fate of the team in August, believes the Tasmanian government needs to up its offer to $20 million a year over 15 years to be viable.
You've got to be realistic. If Tassie doesn't commit about $20 million a year, I don't think you're going to get it across the line.
To the weather, there's a gale warning for the central and east Gippsland coasts and a strong wind warning for the central coast and a severe weather warning for damaging winds in parts of Gippsland. For the scattered showers on and south of the ranges isolated across the north continue tomorrow. For Melbourne, a very high chance of showers in the east and winds picking up. We're expecting a top of 14 degrees and currently it's 11. ABC News.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
We're gonna be kids.
Grandstand AFL
on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
It's a special night for the Essendon Football Club, one of the oldest teams in the land. They celebrate their 150th birthday tonight against their first ever opponent and the team in which they share a piece of history with as the only other club to have won 16 VFL AFL premierships. It is Essendon and Carlton Friday night footy under the floodlights at the MCG. Corbin Middlemass alongside Matt Clinch in commentary. Our grandstand AFL experts, three-time premiership player Cameron Ling, premiership player, multiple-time premiership coach in Mick Malthouse, and Tim Hodges is with us on the boundary. We'll go inside the Bombers camp momentarily with their head of footy in Josh Marnie, but as I said, the team's all here. Clinchy, good evening to you.
Evening, Corby. Good evening to our listeners. It makes you think how old our game is and how old some of our teams are. It makes for a great occasion, and hopefully the Bombers are fitting of it. And I love that Ken Fraser was down at Windy Hill, the 1965 Premiership captain, echoing the words of John Coleman, who spoke before the 1962 Grand Final and said second best is never good enough, especially against the Blues. So if that's the motivation and the passion that's needed for the Bombers, I hope they bring that tonight. But I'm a bit fearful the Blues with Harry and Charlie could spoil the party.
There is a late change. Andy McGrath is out for the Bombers, so he's had groin problem during the week as well as about a gastro, so he misses tonight. In comes Tom Cutler to the starting 22, while Alec Waterman and Matt Cottrell are the two subs. There's no late change for the Blues. We've got to go downstairs, but very quickly, Mick, good evening to you. Nice to have you with us again.
Thank you very much, Corby. Matt, Lingy, it's I hope we get more than 21,000, which I'm sure we will, and there's a lot of reasons which we probably haven't got time for to go through here. I am really looking forward to the two names you mentioned, Mackay and Curnow. I reckon they're going to be the next big thing, and more often they play together, we're going to see multiple goals and 10 plus, I reckon, scored. So for Essendon's sake, I hope not tonight, given I picked them for the premiership. Do you reckon they can still make it, Lingy?
I don't like to say no straight to your face, Mick, but no.
well, for those Essendon supporters, I hope that's not tonight they kick 10 together, but they're the sort of things that bring people to the game, to see big forwards kick goals, multiple goals. But then on the other side, if you're a Malthouse and others that like this sort of thing, you'd like to see how good the backs are against them one-on-one.
Yeah, I was at an Essendon function a few weeks ago, and there is actually a theory, Mick, doing the rounds among Essendon fans.
I can't wait.
That you tipped them as some sort of to try and put some sort of a pox on the football club, and as a result, your prediction is going to lead them to get ahead of themselves.
Well, have a look at last year. Have a look. They were a creditable eighth.
Nick, no one hopes you're right more than me. So I hope somehow they piece it together. It's Essendon and Carlton on Friday night footy inside the Bombers camp with Josh Marnie. He's downstairs with our own Tim Hodges. Hodgie.
Hello, Corbin. Hello, guys. Nice to be with you. Nice to be joined by Essendon footy boss Josh Marnie. Can I ask you about the laid out? You've given Andy McGrath every second to try and prove his fitness this week, but unfortunately he's come out in the last hour.
Yeah, we did give him every chance. He just tweaked his groin at training last Saturday and gave him right up to this morning, and it just wasn't right. We expected to only miss one week, but it's such an important week, we wanted to give him every chance.
Such an important night for your footy club. I was wondering if you might be able to just tell us about the text message chain that all of your club's legends sent messages to tonight's 22 players that are going to run out on the ground. Can you just give us, enlighten our audience on how that played out?
A really special moment. I mean, this week is about building on the history of the footy club, 150 years, and to really lean into that. And we've tried to embrace our past players as much as possible since Ben Rutten became on board as a coach, and look at the history of the club. And a special moment just then with the players that started with a text message but made into a nice letter that was attached to their jumper. When they went to their locker, their jumper was there with a letter from a player who'd also worn that jumper. And some of the messages, you could just feel the passion through it, and they just said they're fully behind the guys tonight, and just go out there and give it our best shot.
Were you dirty when you read earlier this year that Mick Malthouse tipped you for the flag?
I did hear that discussion beforehand. With all due respect, Mick, it probably hasn't had any influence on us.
I'll send you upstairs. Mick is there with Cameron Ling. Josh Marnie has the cans on, guys.
Well, Josh, thank you for joining us tonight. Jake String is, I suppose, the biggest of the ins for you guys tonight. What is it with his body at the moment? What are you seeing that isn't probably allowing him to get out there consistently, perform consistently at the highest level? Is it conditioning, or is it just unfortunate with those soft tissue injuries?
There's been different stages through his career where you could probably question his off-field and what he's been able to do and how he's presented himself. But since the time I've been at Essendon, he's put in some really solid pre-seasons and a lot of chunks of good training. The first hamstring was just an incident in a game, and his second one we brought him back and he did his other hamstring, so that was a bit of a luck one really, that one. But probably the benefit of having the week off, he's had another week of training, so he's now had 2.5 weeks of full training. He's in good shape. We're probably seeing more forward than rather than the midfield tonight, but hopefully build that over the next few weeks.
And speaking of the midfield, does the challenge go out to them? They find heaps of the footy, Darcy Parish, Zach Merrick, all quality footballers, but penetration and really damaging ball through the middle of the ground. Is a bit of a challenge lie with them now? They've got to find a way to be more attacking from the midfield rather than just finding the footy?
Yeah, we want to be taking the ball forward. And there's games that under pressure we've been handballing back, and all that does is invite more pressure, so we end up turning the ball over and scores the other way. So hopefully we saw a little bit that the last 2 weeks, that we're taking the ball forward a lot more. Obviously it can help when you've got more of a forward line. We've relied on Peter Wright for much of the season and be able to include Harry Jones last week and then Jake Stringer this week. All of a sudden now got a few more targets down there to kick the ball to. So hopefully the message to the guys is, if we've got an opportunity to take it forward, let's take it forward, and we see that as an advantage against Carlton's defence this tonight.
Josh, I did pick Essendon, and I picked them on the back of the fact that it was a credible eighth last year. A lot of young players, a terrific type game that people enjoyed watching. For some reason or another, and maybe you can shed some light on it, the game itself seems to have slowed. Well, their game has slowed down. The Essendon game has slowed down, and the young kids appear to be sort of in shock at the moment. Their daring's gone, their run's gone, and I guess their fierceness at the footy's gone. Is there any? Am I right, or am I over exaggerating what I'm seeing?
It's probably what you are seeing is correct, and it's probably a combination of a number of different things. I think we had a really good pre-season. We started coming into the season pretty confident. Our first 4 games were against top 4 sides, and we just didn't perform, particularly the Geelong game. That was a really disappointing game. And then some guys lost some confidence off the back of that. We've got some key people out of our team. We probably had about 5 or 6 guys that would have been in our best 22 that were out of the side. So we're asking a lot from a guy like a Ben Hobbs or Archie Perkins to step up into different positions. And some of these players are they're guys like Will Snelling and Kyle Langford that aren't the big name players, but they're such important structural players for us. So them out of the side means other players are trying to do more. That's why you see Darcy Parish and Zach Merritt trying to do more, and in the end it's to the detriment of the team really. So it's a combination of all those things, and also on just having a forward line that I'd probably say we need the perfect bit of play to score at the moment. But with these more players in, you can kick the ball forward with confidence. They can win 40, 60s, make something out of nothing and keep the scoreboard ticking over. Yeah, well, that's totally understandable, particularly with young players trying to take over senior roles. Secondly, and I know we hear this, we share the back line, whoever lobs on whoever lobs on who. The reality is that Mackay and Curnow are their keys to success in many respects with Carlton, particularly kicking a big score. Who are the players, and I mean it's not going to be we'll know in a few minutes, who are the players that you've earmarked for these type of players? And please don't say, we'll share it, because you're going to end up with some midget on Mackay and he's going to destroy him. So who are your 2 major... We've got a guy who's not a midget. Zach Reid is 203 centimetres. Fantastic. So he'll get first crack at Harry. He played on
great.
Lynch a couple of weeks ago for Richmond, and that's just invaluable experience for Zach. So he'll play a fair bit on Harry. And then Curnow, we've got Jordan Ridley will play on that, and Jaden Laverde will probably both have a chance on Curnow at different stages as well. So great opportunity for Zach, and he's in his 6th or 7th game for him to be playing against Carlton on a Friday night, playing on a big target like Harry. What an amazing experience for him.
It is fantastic. Well done to those 2.
Josh Marnie's with us on ABC Sport. Josh, it's Matt Clinch here. Is that how we judge the second half of the season from a Bombers point of view? You mentioned Zach Reid and the opportunity he gets tonight. Harry Jones back in the side. When you're 2-9, not to take away from Mick's lofty ambitions for the Bombers, what sort of metrics do we try and judge you on for the second half of the season?
I don't think we go away from the 3 main ones. There's a win-loss and a scoreboard, which is one of them. The other one is individual improvement of players. And the third one is our game style starting to become more identifiable. And I'd say the first half of the year we're probably crossed for all 3 of those at the moment. And that's the real focus for the back half of this year. And create opportunities for guys to get Archie Perkins to go through the midfield more, Ben Hobbs to go through the midfield more, but doing that because they deserve to, and we think it's going to be a better thing for the team, and hopefully get back to showing the game style like we did last year, that's more daring, taking the ball on, taking it forward and being a high-scoring team, and then strong defence off the back of that.
And you've obviously had some injuries at the start of the season, but I think your injury list is starting to sort of decline. Can you put your finger on sort of the pressure and the intensity around tackling that hasn't been as evident this year as it was last year?
No, it's just a collective. We've been really down in that area, and it's been a mindset change that the players have had to have. I'd probably say, looking at our stoppage and our clearances, we're trying to just win them and be a perfect clearance at different stages, and we just got to be up for the fight more than we have been, and that's really been a focus for the last few weeks. But tackling, pressure, if you don't have those two things going for you, it's pretty hard to set up any sort of game style. So hopefully you'll see more of that tonight.
And when, just finally from me, when you have a review mid-season, does that run the risk that it can distract the playing group from the tasks at hand, or is that more yourself and Xavier Campbell and Paul Brasher who try and, I guess, eliminate and work out the areas which are holding this playing group back?
Yeah, that's right. The players probably don't even know it's happening apart from it being public last week. So, we've been talking about it probably since about round 7 or 8. And really the focus is how can we fast-track the development of players, what things can we add to our program, rather than being a witch hunt and saying who we have to get rid of. So it's a real positive move, and really I support it thoroughly.
So just on the point previous to that, Josh, and obviously there's a bit of reflection going on, not just with the mid-season bye, but the review happening concurrently as well. Did you, as a group, as a coaching group, did you overestimate over summer that defensive pressure was just going to be there, like we see in good teams, rather than something that really needed to be coached week to week?
Potentially, yeah. I mean, we did a lot of work on our structure behind the ball, and don't think that at AFL level you have to remind the players that pressure is the number one thing that you have to bring to the game all the time, but that has really been a focus, getting back to that. And you'd hope that you can move on from that, but it is the number one focus tonight. Ben Rutten had on his board pressure and contested ball and tackling, so hopefully get back to that.
And the other thing is, just lastly, Paul Brasher and Dyson Heppel have spoken in the media in recent weeks, that the president and the club, and they both referred to the periods that Melbourne and Richmond went through before their bounce to come back and be not just a premiership contending team, but a premiership winning side. Where does the belief come from internally that this is the stage that Essendon are going through and that they will be a good team in the not too distant future?
Well, I lived that myself. I was at Melbourne during the whole thing, so I know where we're at. I know the things that we have to do, and I know that the team we've got around us is confident that we can bounce back very quickly. With deliberately last year during the trade period, we knew we were a development list. We didn't go hard for anyone. We just brought in Jake Kelly as a role player, but we've got a great opportunity this year to really add to our list through free agency and trade, and have high picks of the draft. So I think we can bounce back quickly if we all stay aligned to the path that we're on.
I hope you're right, Josh. Appreciate your time. Good luck tonight.
Thanks, guys.
Josh Marnie, the footy boss of the Essendon Football Club. It's his second last answer there around coaching effort. So really the accusation of Essendon over summer is they didn't do enough on the absolute basics. And that's what makes the good teams great, that we know that it's going to be there. It's a given that every week they apply themselves defensively. That was Essendon at the start of last season and throughout 2021. It hasn't been there through the first 11 weeks, and feels a little bit like back to basics, Mick. Just strip it all back and let's get back to the absolute fundamentals.
It gets down to winning. The first thing is you've got to win the football. And I've watched that game last night, and I'm just shaking my head at the greatness of some and the poor quality of others. I won't name the players, but there's a couple, 2 or 3 that I don't think are top league standard, because they can't use the non-preferred side of their body. Their hand passing is just hit and miss. They drop easy marks. If a good side, you've got to eliminate that to the point where you might recruit a player that might be down in some area. You work exclusively with that player to improve himself, so that any player recruited, first or last player, you give equal opportunity to be a league player. And that means that you're not just summing up the 22 that's going to be down the ratio. Looking at your 44th player. Let me just say, through history, that player has proven to be invaluable. And I go back to my Collingwood side in, say, 2010. We had 8 rookies playing that side. One of the current league coaches, a premiership coach, Goodwin, was a January pick, so he wasn't even considered in the first draft. You look at, say, West Coast a few years ago, Cox was a rookie, number 1 ruckman. Sandland's down the other side of the river, number 1 ruckman. And I would say, Lingy, you would see that time and time again, where players have been got into the side on the back of the hard work that the match committee or the coaches do to improve that player to make him a league footballer, because he's got the appetite for it.
But the idea of, I guess, coaching
fundamentals.
Effort. I mean, it feels like you have some coaches, and it feels like in Essendon's case, they fronted up this year thinking we're going to do a lot of game-style stuff. And the stage that they're at, Lingy, they still got to coach the very basics, which is, hey, are we all switched on today?
Well, that's the thing, though, is without the fundamentals and a really great execution and an adherence to those fundamentals, you can't do anything game-style-wise.
No.
So to think, even at any stage, no matter how good a team you are, that you can jump to just concentrating on that other stuff is wrong. It's going to end badly.
Yep.
When we were a great team at Geelong, every single quarter break, we got in there, contested ball was number one. Our tackling pressure was number two. And then we started talking about, okay, now how are we moving the ball? Are they defending it really well down the line? Do we need to take the ball off the line? But it was still 1 and 2. Win the ball in a contest and put enormous pressure on the opposition. And they are what you call effort things. And yes, you need structure, you need the way that you approach it, all of that. I get all that. But you still have to have those fundamentals before you can throw any other elements into your game.
If I could just add on one more thing too, Ling, when we talk about the team, about the makeup of who's out there, how they're out there, why they're out there, sometimes we've got to look at just beyond the team or just off the team a bit and say, what staff have we got that can improve our team? Now when I heard him say Stringer did one hamstring, got over it, then did the other hamstring, my ears pricked up and said, what sort of medical staff, what sort of fitness coordinator have they got there? Is he the best they can possibly get? Because that should not happen. You do not, one of the greatest things that I used to hate about football is losing a player at training. Because is it because of his lack of thought about his own body? Was it lack of our preparation for him? Did we train him hard when he should have had a lighter night? Did we prepare him right for the match day? And they would bug me more than anything else when I heard that about him. And then you hear about McGrath doing his groin. And I know injuries do happen. Don't get me wrong. I know they happen. But when you analyse a side like this, they needed Stringer out there every game this year because Wright can't do it all by himself.
You still feel that there's a fundamental question around where are Essendon at the moment? Where do they think they are in terms of CEO, president, coach, list management? Are they trying to emulate a team like Carlton, who went and targeted free agents like Hewitt and Chera and brought them into the club to enhance their cases? And if you were captain and coach and you see one of your players like Darcy Parish in heated dialogue with Dyson Heppel, is that a good reflection of the team, or is that a concerning sign that perhaps we're not all on the same page here?
It's funny, isn't it? If they were top of the ladder at Game Clear, we would be saying, look at the robust conversations they can have. Isn't that
right.
leadership? That's what great teams do. They're having a terrible year, it's infighting. So I don't mind either way with that conversation. That's not what I look at. Go back to your point about the direction of where they're going and when they brought free agencies in and this idea they could just bring these stars in and they dominate. Shield hasn't worked. And I don't care what anyone says about Jake Stringer's back half of last year. It was outstanding. But it hasn't worked yet either.
No, it hasn't. You're spot on, Lee. It has not worked.
So going and thinking, I'm just going to plug in those two stars from other clubs and bang, here we go, that's not it. That's not the direction. I felt like last year, the build-up to the season, they were all on the same page. Sell the message that we're rebuilding, that we're about development, we've drafted, we've gone to the draft. This is years in the making. And then I reckon they completely lost which track they were on coming into this year. It was, no, it's now. Oh, no, actually, we're still rebuilding. No, I think we can do it. I think we can win. No, we're not. We're still younger. They're a bit all over the shop.
The other thing is, too, the year they went to the draft, they did everything they could to offload those picks to get Josh Dunkley and ultimately couldn't get the deal done, so they accidentally had to go to the draft and use those high picks. We've got to talk about Kevin Sheedy's comments earlier in the week. So he made the ones regarding that the AFL should apologise to Essendon. We'll get to that in just a moment. But buried a little deeper in the article in Tuesday's Herald Sun was this quote: "This is a war, and some people at our club don't realise it, but it's a war every 7 days. That's the only way to play and coach. That's the way it is." Who's he speaking about there, Mick?
Well, it is interesting. You get away from his first comment, which is ridiculous. Maybe. Look, I know Kevin spends a bit of time at the football club. Maybe he's seen things, and I know a very dear friend of mine, Merv Kane, was at the football club until recently too. Not that he speaks about him like that, so I'm not going to dob Merv in. Maybe, look, Sheeds had that mongrel in him, and he'd like me to say this, that it was win at all costs, and you know, to the point of silliness at times. But it would annoy the hell out of him if he thought that there were shortcuts taken, or the team wasn't hard enough, or wasn't deliberately working out how am I going to beat that side who we're coming up against. And week to week, 22 wars he'd have before the finals. And it's interesting. I listened to David Parker, and I read somewhere with David Parker and said one of the things that annoyed him most was coming against Essie. You didn't know where they were going to play, because you studied the opposition, and all of a sudden that half back was on a half forward or in the middle or whatever the case may be. So I think a few things would annoy him about. I know I'm the old pale male, stale, all that sort of stuff, whatever it is. Nothing infuriates me more than after a loss seeing happy losers walking around shaking hands and all this sort of stuff. Go and shake your hand to your opposition. That is a prerequisite. Yes, you do, because that shows that you are respectful of the win. But don't be happy about it. Do not be happy about a loss. You play football to win, and a loss is a loss until you win until you win a game, and don't get happy about losing. I don't know what you think. Well, Lingy, I can answer for you, because I know you got savage in a loss.
Always shook hands, but I got off the ground as quick as I possibly could. I didn't want anything to do with the loss after the game. Question about Kevin Sheedy and his comments. Now, I want to ask this in the most respectful way I possibly can, because Kevin Sheedy has done 100 times more things than I've done when it comes to coaching and creating successful teams. So I'm asking this from a respectful place. But how often is Sheeds there to really know exactly what's going on day to day, meeting to meeting, session to session? And is it a case of, I'm paraphrasing the old saying, but a little bit of information is actually a dangerous thing?
Yeah, well, that's a fair comment, because it's not. I would imagine that would not be often. That would be my guess. That would not be often. Sheeds wouldn't spend a lot of time there. In fact, he can't work out what shirt to wear, because he's got with Richmond in vogue, he wears that. If the Greater West of Sydney are going well, he wears that. So at the moment, I haven't seen him with an Essendon one for a long time.
He is also one of the great deflectors, though. So he's been a master at manipulating the media and trying to change the narrative, taking a bit of the pressure off the players. But it felt like he pulled the wrong lever around the conversation around Jobe Watson on a week in which the team is celebrating one of the most painful times in footy history, alongside, Carlton and the salary cap breach. I mean, they're embarrassed in the footy community, they're embarrassed on the international stage, and to go back to that time, I know there's still a lot of Essendon fans who are hurt and still upset about it. So it ripped open a Band-Aid and probably brought out some old wounds in a time in which they didn't really want to go down there.
No way.
I know this is out of left field. How many premierships, how many AFL premierships have both Carlton and Essendon won?
As in, since it became the AFL?
So
the Bombers have got all their cups out there right now.
1990.
So
1990, when the AFL guys at West Coast at the time, they said, "This is now we call ourselves the AFL."
So 2-1, 2 for the Bombers, 1 for the Blues.
What years were the Bombers? 95, 93 and 2000, and Carlton. That's my very. I'll say this. One of the things I had at Carlton with the committee, they said, "Well, we won 16 premierships." I said, "You've won 1." What do you mean 1-1? I said, "This is the AFL. Until we start to break away from the VFL and start to think AFL, we're going to be bogged in the past." And this is an opportunity for Carlton to understand, because I counted them up as well. So I'm not. So they've got to start looking at this is an opportunity this year.
Absolutely.
So don't worry about 16. 1 AFL premiership, 1 AFL premiership, Essendon 2 for 2 great clubs. There's not many.
The Bombers are celebrating tonight their entire history, going way back to the old VFA days, which predated obviously the VFL competition, which started in 1897. They've won 16 premierships in this league, going back with the old VFL history, equal with Carlton. And tonight they play the side who they played in their first ever game. It's Essendon and Carlton coming up. A late change for the Bombers. Cutler in for McGrath. A full preview next.
If you love sport, we've got the podcast for you. ABC Sport Daily, your daily sports conversation.
Certainly no one gets in bed with the Saudis unless there's a lot of money involved.
He was partying for a week and then he went and produced man of the match performances in Origin as well.
Is she a fan of the Bon Scott AC/DC or more the Brian Johnson era?
It wouldn't be Australian football if it wasn't a tumultuous rollercoaster ride, so strap yourselves in.
Find it wherever you get your podcasts.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
We're gonna be kids.
Grandstand AFL
on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
This is Grandstand AFL, a special night for the Essendon Football Club as they celebrate their 150th anniversary up against their oldest rival in the Carlton Footy Club. The Blues are 8-3, well and truly in the season, while Essendon couldn't be any further from it. They're 2-9, and finals don't appear to be on the horizon for them, so this may be the biggest stage of their season. The 16 premiership clubs that Essendon have won in the history of the VFL-AFL are lit up around the centre circle at the MCG. And the Senator Briggs, Australian rapper, is about to take us through the official ceremony beforehand on Grandstand AFL tonight. You'll hear from myself, Corbin Middlemass, Matt Clinch in commentary, Tim Hodges on the boundary, and our Grandstand AFL experts in Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse. There is a late change here tonight. Andy McGrath, who has struggled with groin and gastro problems during the week, he is a late out. Tom Cutler takes his place in the starting 22. Alec Waterman the sub for Essendon, and for Carlton it's Matthew Cottrell. Let's kick it down to Senator Briggs, the ceremony ahead of Essendon's 150th anniversary game against the Blues.
Yeah, we've had fierce opposition, but we've had special people on our side too. The trophy cabinet does not lie. From humble beginnings in Melbourne's northern suburbs to triumphs that shape the game today. This is 150 years of the Essendon Football Club. Count it, Dons. 150 years ago, our great club was born. 150 years later, a new legacy begins with the AFLW. Please make some noise and welcome your newest Bombers to the MCG. Now, every footy fan has a reason why they love their club. The moment that captured them for life. For me, it began when number 13 picked up a bouncing ball on the wing in the 93 grand final. Silvani swears he touched it, and that just makes it more enjoyable for me. The legend, Michael Long. While we're here, what 20-year-old wins a Brownlow from the back pocket? When I was 20, I had nothing in my back pocket. But not even Father Time can touch the prodigy of the baby Bombers.
Daniels has made good position. The kick by Grant. Forced to kick with that left foot. Not bad. Look for
it. My hero, Gavin Wanganeen. The presence of these blackfellas was inspirational for me. They were the best players in the best side, in the best game in the world. Kickett, Cockatoo Collins, Rioli, Davey, Jetta, Dempsey, Lovett Murray, Ryder, Waller. And every club has their season, the year that everything clicked. In 2000, it really clicked. Whatever Sheedy said to them in 99, well, it worked. This was the kind of season clubs dream of, and the type you may wish that you'll never have again. Ferocious and fierce, the undeniable season.
Kevin Sheedy joins Dick Reynolds as the most successful club.
From the 2000 Premiership team, lethal left footer, Scotty Lucas, and our most courageous bomber, Adam Ramanauskas. But the crown jewel of that era was this goal-kicking machine down forward named Matthew Lloyd. Every player has their superstitions, but his set shot ritual literally changed the game. Grass gets picked, goals get kicked. The velvet sledgehammer was a walking Coleman medal, a dictionary definition of a full forward. Let's hear it from Matthew Lloyd. To say the Bombers are a family club would be putting it lightly. Football royalty echoes through our halls.
Close quarters to Watson, who emerges with the football. Slicing on the catch. Oh, what a finish.
The Watsons.
Good ball. McCurry. Quick draw around the corner. The fullback. They stick the goal.
The Fletchers. And Bombers family, get off your seats for the Danahers. But let's be honest, there's another Bombers name we haven't got to yet. A name that's plastered on the grandstand at Windy Hill and on the mind of every Bombers fan. Few players can hold the accolades and accomplishments of this man. The list, it's as long as his sleeves.
Hurd snaps. James Hurd brings it back for the Bombers.
Bombers, let's hear it for James Hurd. His approach unorthodox, impact unmatched, legacy untouched. He is the godfather, the conductor who orchestrated the chaos. Talk about passion, football IQ, on field, off the field. His impact on the Essendon Football Club is still present and ripples throughout the league. Wave your scars for the Don of Dons, Kevin Sheedy. And Bombers fans, stand up, because here comes your team now. Pound the Dons, make some noise!
And here comes the Essendon Football Club for Friday night footy, celebrating 150 years. The side who they played in their very first game, the Carlton Football Club, to make their way out onto the MCG momentarily. What an introduction from Senator Briggs, Aussie rapper, and of course hardcore Essendon fan, decked out in red and black, and the Bombers making their way out onto the playing arena. A special entrance for James Hird through all the dry ice underneath the stage in which Senator Briggs performed that from at the city end of the ground. It's his first major function back with the Essendon Football Club as the current day Bombers go down to join the champions of Essendon in the goal square at the Punt Road end. And Kevin Sheedy, who of course coached the club to 4 premierships, including their last back in the year 2000, the last man introduced as part of all of that. There's no Andy McGrath tonight for the Bombers. He's out after suffering a groin injury. He also had a bout of gastro during the week. Tom Cutler takes his place in the 22, while Alec Waterman is the sub. And for Carlton, Matthew Cottrell is their medi-sub tonight. There's no late change for the Blues, but Harry Mackay came back in at selection. And Caleb Marchbank, a hell of a return for him, the 25-year-old, playing his 49th game. It's his first one, though, since round 16 of 2019. Interestingly, the Bombers are now in a circle. They've linked arms with the former champions who were introduced moments ago, and Dyson Heppel is standing in the middle of the circle, giving a speech to the past Essendon players and the current group, tugging on the jumper. The Bombers wearing a specially designed strip tonight, which includes the names of each of the 1,186 players that have represented the club since it became the VFL, going back to 1897. The club predates that to the old VFA days, and the thin sash paying homage to the same olds of Essendon back in the late 20s, before they were then known as the Essendonians, the Dons, the sash wearers, and ultimately the Bombers in the 40s, obviously due to their proximity, due to Essendon Airport in the war years. Corbin Middlemass alongside Matt Clinch, Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse, Tim Hodges on the boundary. The Blues making their way out in their traditional jumper. The navy blue with the white shorts and the white monogram. How was all that, Lingy?
Oh, it was good fun. Very good fun. Nice moment for all the Essendon fans here at the MCG. I like the way that the players went down to the past champions and linked up, and Dyson Heppel spoke to the group. One thing I would say, and call me a little bit of a hard ass if you like, Corbs, if you're going to stand in that circle and Dyson's going to deliver that, go and perform now. Go and get a kick. Go and put your head over the footy. Go and put enormous pressure on, because you are kidding yourself if you can stand in that circle and look at some of those legends of the Essendon Footy Club and now not go out and perform at the highest possible level. Ultimately, they might not have enough talent to get over the line, but I tell you what, you'd want to go out there and give your all-out effort if you're going to stand in that circle and Dyson Heppel's going to deliver that sort of chat to them. That's over to the players now and their actions. Great moments, no doubt a beautiful message from Dyson Heppel. Go and perform now, otherwise you're kidding yourself.
You touched on this moments ago, Mick, about the amount of premierships Essendon has won since it's become the national competition, and it's just the two in 93 and 2000. And I always talk about the statute of limitations in footy, and in a salary cap league, you should win a premiership once every 18 years. And unfortunately, Essendon's right to puff their chest out and be a proud club. Their statute of limitations has run out. It's been more than 18 years since their last premiership, and this year it's 18 years since their last finals victory, going back to 2004.
It's a long time.
They've got a proud history, but it's a little skinny recently.
Well, it is, and that's, you know, it doesn't matter how much. Well, Essendon are blessed with great supporters and great money supporters, so they've even in their darkest time a couple of years ago, or a few years ago now, with the drug scandals and that sort of stuff, they're still able to get back in the black. Very good supporters, people put their hand in their pocket. It doesn't always equate to that. You've got to have the right people at the right time, being able to get the best side together, and then get the right type of coach and have the players. Lingy's spot on. You know, the words are the cheapest things in history, and you hear so many people, they blow up like cane toads, and then when the time comes, I mean, there's just nothing. It's all huff and puff. So this is an opportunity. In fact, when I look through some of these stats, and these are only stats, so I mean, they don't show the person, but I'm looking at the number one disposer in the competition is Parrish. Number 3 is Walsh. Who would you have out of those two?
Walsh.
Number 9 is Merritt, and number 10 is Hewitt. Who would you have out of those two? And then the list goes on right through. Interesting enough, Lingy, clearances, 10th overall in the competition is Dylan Shield. I just wonder how many times he actually goes in there. I was talking to Matt off air before in regard to ruck, and I thought, why have they got 2 ruckmen? Then, of course, it dawns on you, you look at Wiedering's out. What's the best thing for when Wiedering's out is to have someone who's 2-metre Peter standing in the goal square and doesn't have to go on the ball. So that's probably the answer. Have a ruckman on the bench, or maybe even Draper can go into a key role maybe with his vigour and so forth, but keep the pressure on by not having Peter Wright out of the 50-metre line and put pressure back on the Carlton, because we've seen how many times they go inside the front 50, and this is extraordinary figures, and these I think are relevant. When you look at goal scoring, the top 2, it's 37 goals so far, Carlton 57, so it's Essendon 37. When you look at tackles, average 34 Essendon, average 45 for the top 5. These are the top 5 in the club, so 34, 35, 45. The big difference, Carlton's way. Clearances, top 2 is 118 over the year, top 2 Carlton 140. And that tells me a lot about the way Carlton play. They like to win from the centre, get the ball forward, get into those big key forwards, and their small forwards are actually knowing full well if it's not marked, it's going to be on the ground.
And so they stay dangerous at all times to allow the big forwards to be one-on-one and not have any help. Why, Mick, I've been so critical on Parrish and Merritt and Shield. Well, let's say Parrish and Merritt in particular this year is because I have seen the versions of them last year and loved that version of Parrish and Merritt. The outstanding football. Parrish was dynamic at clearances. It'd be a quick handball, fire out, or he'd break away, or he'd release a Zach Merritt. And Merritt would use his decision-making with his kicking and just be elite, and bang, bang, bang. And they were gone, and they scored, and they were exciting, and they were electric. Now I watch the versions of them this year, and I just think, I wish they wouldn't play like that. They go nowhere with the footy, get a heap of the football. So give me last year's Parrish and Merritt, and then when you were saying would I rather Parrish or Walsh or Hewitt or Merritt? Yeah. You give me last year's versions of Parrish and Merritt, and we've got a debate on our hands. Slime ball. Yeah, but give me this year's versions. I'll take Walsh and Hewitt every single day of the week.
Probably the one area they might be able to get the Blues is on the outside. If they get their outside game going, but that's relying on winning the contest, and that's where Carlton have been so strong this year. And the question around the Blues tonight is how much of a loss is Jacob Wiedering going to be? Caleb Marchbank plays his first game in 3 years, so a great story for him to get back. But the Villains are in blue tonight, and they've got Charlie Curnow and Harry Mackay in the forward 50, and this is a team that does dominate the centre clearances. So if ever there's a team that can capitalise if they get on top in the middle, it's the Blues.
They can, and Wiedering is going to be a loss though. So that midfield even more falls back onto the Bombers tonight, more than ever. You know how good Carlton are at the centre clearances. You know what we're facing in their forward line. So you must perform in the middle of the ground. It falls on to Parrish and Merritt and Shield and Caldwell and these types of players.
I look at numbers and think, are they chasing numbers? Because you'd like to have substance. And I'm seeing Parrish now hand passing, I believe far too many times, that give, get. Yeah. And make I'd like to see many times these players get the ball inside the front 50 on the terms of their team. Look, this is an opportunity. There's no question. Carlton look fantastic, but you don't have to go far from too many games to know that at halftime, no matter what they are in front, you had a chance of chasing them down. They have fallen over the line, I think, on 3 occasions, or been beaten, a couple of them, from positions of great strength, and you think, why are they falling over? And I reckon it's self-doubt when the opposition come at them. All of a sudden, are we good enough? And who's going to stand up? And this is where Paddy Cripps and Walsh, to a degree now, have got to take charge.
So for Essendon to win tonight, to create a roadmap to their victory, Carlton are going to have portions, and probably first half, where they dominate the centre clearances, and they get momentum and they surge. So Essendon must, in those moments, mean, okay, a quarter gets a little bit out of hand, it costs them 4 goals. It doesn't cost them 7 or 8 goals, and they're completely out of the game.
That's it.
So they have to hold on. The centre clearances and around the work in the middle of the ground, break even. Not saying you need to smash Paddy Cripps and Sam Walsh and everything like that. Break even in the middle of the ground and take away one of Carlton's biggest strengths.
Can I just jump
then
in there,
you're in the
Lee?
game.
Just 1 second there. It's not always about winning the ball. Sometimes it's about not letting them win the ball. Yeah. So every now and again, it's not a matter of being 1 metre past the line, centre square line, going, oh, look, I've got it, or 1 metre behind it and you go, oh, I'm out of play. It's a matter of being smart about it and working together.
The coin that they're using tonight is the same coin that was used for Essendon's first ever game and the first ever game at Dockland Stadium back in 2001 against Port Adelaide. So they've ripped it out of the jockey cabinet and all of a sudden it's been used here tonight for the coin toss between Dyson Heppel and Paddy Cripps. Tim Hodges is on the boundary. Who won that, Hodgie?
Dyson Heppel won the toss, Corbin. Nice to be with you guys. The Bombers will kick to the city end. Not much wind to speak of at all. Just a big one, I guess, down here is the crowd after last night's no-show. It grows and it grows tonight. Essendon has wound expectations back. They were hoping for 80,000 people at the start of the week. They said before anything over 65 they'd be pleased with. I think we're already at 65. This is going to be a monster crowd of 70,000 plus. It's a bitterly cold night, a low of 9 degrees, genuinely icy down here. The late change, well, it's not really a late change. Andy McGrath is out. He was never a real chance to play with that groin injury. Tom Cutler comes into the 22. The medical subs for the Bombers, Alec Waterman. For the Blues, Matt Cottrell. I will just say, beautiful to see the interaction, each of the Essendon legends, from the Watsons to the Fletchers, Lloyd, Lucas, Long, Ramanaskas, Hurd, Wanganeen, all had for Neil Danaher. Such a special and such a busy weekend for Neil. It was really fantastic to see him here. The stage is set, guys. Hope this is a massive occasion.
It's a rivalry 150 years in the making. Essendon and Carlton, Friday night footy on Grandstand AFL. You're with Matt Clinch.
Phillips to start in the middle, up against the Koning, opening bounce underway. Phillips wins down the tap to Parrish. Hand pass back towards Guelphy, charging in. Hewitt's tackle was over the shoulder. And a chance for the Bombers to go first in the opening quarter. Turns and kicks long inside 50. Jones is there, right as well, came late. Front and centre Stringer. Hand pass too sharp for Heppel. Couldn't get the hand pass away to Merritt. And Cripps in defence, kicks across his body. Works it out to half back, where the Blues can try and build. Nunes up to Silvani. Hand pass to the runner Walsh.
Walsh puts him into the front half. Sweeping hand pass away to Hewitt. Back to Walsh. Off balance. Kicks inside 50. And Jack Martin marks uncontested at centre half forward. Boy, there was a big mix-up there, and Jack Martin marks uncontested, 45 out, dead in front.
Well, I just can't understand that, Ling.
Mick, you and I were just looking at each other. Carlton, not only Jack Martin, there were other free options inside their forward 50.
They had control of the ball. So the first thing you do is make sure you're going to take out the Carlton option. Oh, that was extraordinary play.
One of the 5 ins for Carlton. Jack Martin on the set shot. The Blues have kicked the first. They've gate-crashed Essendon's party. And they're here early, the Blues, with the opener. 70 seconds in, 1 straight 6. Bombers yet to score. Grandstand AFL, Cameron Lang and Mick Malthouse.
Well, I've got an idea, Mick, of how that happened. I think as that ball went forward for Essendon, that about 15 Bombers ended up inside their attacking 50 up the other end of the ground. They were all so keen to charge forward, and obviously with the mindset of let's get forward, that then when Cripps won it and Walsh has run through the middle twice, no one spread with Walsh. No one could go with him. And then that just left Carlton with options galore inside forward 50. So I'm happy for them to attack, but you can't all just run forward.
Well, even Silvani was in a paddock by himself as well when he received it. He received this in front of us on the wing.
So Jack Martin back into the side after a calf injury, starting at full forward alongside Jake Kelly. Back in the middle, the Blues trying to bust away, but Kennedy has the footy locked to the chest. This is tackled by Phillips and Parrish. Thrown in the air. DeConing wins down the tap against Phillips. Charging onto it, Shield for the Bombers. Gets the hand pass to Merritt to the run of Laverty off half back. Drives a long kick towards 50. Stringer trying to get rid of his opponent. Doherty spoiled it down. He was held. And the reliable number 15 for the Blues, Sam Doherty will take it left half back.
In the All-Australian mix, I'm sure, Lingy at the halfway mark of the year, Sam Doherty.
We did meet during the week, Corbs.
Yes, so I've heard.
Good thing about the first meeting is you can throw a lot of names up there.
His name would have come out of someone's mouth, I'm sure.
Yes.
He goes back to Louis Young in the long sleeves in the defensive 50. Kicks along to the southern wing. Here's Harry back in the team and marking. Strong contested grab, but in the defensive half. Kicks in the middle or through the 5-hole of Merritt. Slips through to Heppel. Hand pass to Jones under pressure. Coughs it up. Newnes onto it for Carlton. Sweeping hand pass into the middle of the ground. Parrish there for the Bombers along with Newman. In the end, it's Chero who picks it up. Hand passes back into a pack. And we'll have a ball up inside the middle of the G. 3 minutes in, Carlton 1 straight. The Bombers yet to score. Andy McGrath laid out. Tom Cutler's in the starting 22 for the Dons.
Thrown up, Phillips and De Koning resume. De Koning wins it down, bounces off Hewitt, back to De Koning. Hand pass defensively to Saad. They're not going to miss him tonight. Gets it back to Nick Newman. It kicks towards half forward. Laverty comes charging out, tackled and thrown to the turf as Silvani rolls over the top of the footy. And it's stuck underneath him at left half forward for the Blues.
Adam Saad is proof you can turn around the way that you play quickly. He played some junk footy last year at times. This year he is so damaging and defends superbly.
De Koning down to Hewitt, hand pass to Chera, kicks towards 50. Laverty's able to spoil it away from Jack Silvani, and a boundary throw in under the Olympic stand with a 50-metre arc. Beats the boundary, the Blues by 6 points.
George Hewitt's been the recruit of the year, the seasoned recruit of the year. He's been fantastic for Carlton.
Averaging 30 disposals a game, George Hewitt from the boundary throw-in. Phillips, a former Blue, palms it down to Caldwell. He's wrapped up and a ball up the feet of the ruckman. 55 out from the Carlton goal. Up it goes again. De Koning swats it down but straight to Shield. The Bombers from the clearance. Away to Caldwell. He's met hard by Jack Martin. Got it away to Merritt. Kicks wide and Peter Wright takes the mark in front of the benches. Looks down to Stringer and Harry Jones, both in one-on-one situations. Jones the target at half forward. Stringer arriving late off the edge of the pack. Gathers. He's run down. Beautiful tackle. Doherty threw him to ground and wins possession. And Carlton will get it back at half-back. They've kicked the first goal 5 minutes in. Carlton 1 straight. Essendon yet to score.
How good's that from Doherty? His cover run to cover Guelphy. Stringer's taken Doherty down. No free kick paid there. Probably could have been.
Surprisingly, no whistle, and now Owies is over the footy as Reid lays the tackle with support from Caldwell, and the umpire will throw it up. So Zach Reid with the job on Harry Mackay. As Josh Marnie told us in the pre-game, Hewitt from the ball up, hand pass to Chera, trying to link up with Cripps, who runs out of room, and a throw in just wide of the Bombers bench. Carlton with the opening goal through Jack Martin. They lead by 6 points through 5.5 minutes.
And everybody's a confidence player, Lingy, but perhaps none like Jake Stringer. He likes to get warm.
He certainly does.
Carlton by 6 points early doors from the boundary throw-in. De Koning down to Newnes. Hurried kick forward. Laverty skips in, takes the intercept mark.
I reckon Essendon would like to look at that stoppage and just go, no, we can't allow them easy access offensively.
Laverty off half-back, kicks it in the man on the mark. Silvani ricochets to Merritt, pulls the trigger into the corridor. Nick Martin takes the mark for Essendon, chips it to Stringer. Genuflex to take the mark at centre-half forward and turns his back on the sticks. He's going to have a pin from outside 50.
But that kick from Zach Merritt, Corbs, that's the last year version of Merritt. Just eyes went up straight away. He's a brilliant decision maker with ball in hand when he's playing his best footy. Instead of sideways, chippy, nothing kicks that he could maybe get back. That's damaging ball use, and that sets up this shot at goal.
This would bring the house down early. A chance to test out the hammy. Stringer from outside 50. It's offline. He misses out to the right and behind.
He actually poked at that. He really didn't go through with that kick, so he saved himself probably about 10% there.
7 minutes in, Carlton by 5 points. 1 straight, Essendon 1 behind.
Sure, Adam Saad is your stock standard villain, but Bombers fans have long memories. Picking the Blues over the Bombers. Comes in more to Doherty. Back to Saad. Easiest way to silence them, get the footy.
Just keep getting the footy. They'll get sick of booing.
Short to Walsh and now to Hewitt. The Blues still have it at left half back. Kicks boundary side to Nick Newman.
See if we can top the Draymond Green chance that he copped in the basketball.
Here he is again, Saad. Kicks up to a 2-on-1 and Ridley flies over the back of Charlie Curnow with good support from Zach Reid. Blues by 5 points. We played 7 minutes opening term.
I'm not allowed to repeat what they were chanting at my Corbs, isn't that? From the Boston crowd?
No, I don't think so. Not sure we'll get away with that tonight. Not late enough in the evening as Ridley kicks down the wing. Hobbs, the teenager, hurried kick forward under pressure from Saad. It skids out of play. And a throw in half forward for the Dons.
Just trying to work that umpire out. Is it Brett Roseberry?
He's out there, number 8.
Number 1 in Australia.
And one with Justin Power and Nick Foote, the 3 men in yellow tonight. And the boundary ump spins the yellow Sharon in. Comes down to Cherries. Gang tackle. Drilled into the ground. Perkins with the heavy defensive effort. We'll have a ball up here 60 metres out from the Essendon goal.
Carlton holding their forward line structure really well. And so are Essendon for that matter. So they're giving each other a chance from the stoppages.
Free kick in the ruck battle going Tom to Koning's way. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Just keeping an eye on Ben Hobbs, Clinchy. He was bumped as he kicked before, smacked his head right on the concrete around the boundary line. So very sore out there at the moment, standing on the mark to Saad.
Thanks, Hodgie. O'Brien to Saad, now to Nick Newman, still on the defensive 50 for the Blues. They've had more of the footy, 31 disposals to 20. And there the kick straight through the middle, foul Marchbank. Hand pass to Doherty, the run from halfback, vacant 50, kicks into space, looking for Fitcher to run onto it in the right forward pocket, gathers, sidesteps Heppel, turns on his left, snaps and puts it across the face. And a minor score, almost the perfect transition for the Blues. They lead by 6 points, 9 minutes gone, opening turn.
Doesn't it make a difference when a really good ball user off halfback has it in his hands? That was a superb kick through the middle.
Kick out duties for Zach Reid, the second-year bomber. Long kick to the wing. Young puts his fist through it down to half forward for Carlton, but Perkins onto it for Essendon. He grabs the footy. He's taken high and advantage applied. Now Parrish comes away with the footy. Kicks the Bombers to centre half forward. Draper up strong, takes the contested mark. Wants to dish off a hand pass, gives it back to Parrish who kicked it to him. Goes deep to Stringer. Out to meet it, got a little nudge, no free kick. Knocked away to Young. Hand pass to the top of the defensive goal square for Kennedy, and now to Doherty in the back pocket.
Looks up, wants Fisher, kick hanging in the air a little bit too long, and Mason Redmond chimes in and takes the mark inside 50. He's directly in front.
I like that play of Draper. Yep. I thought he may have gone forward just to give a bit of presence, and that, he's a bit untidy and stuff, but he created that high ball, which is fantastic.
And did you see the two times Darcy Parish involved, running and breaking a line and kicking the ball forward?
Yep.
That's what we were asking for in the pre-match.
Just the 9 goals throughout his career. Can it be a defender who kick-starts the party from just inside 50? Redmond comes in and he hangs it out to the left, and a minor score. Carlton's lead is 5 points after 10 minutes in the opening term. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Some real concern down here for the Blues, Clinchy. Adam Chera came off the ground. He actually went straight to the doctor and dragged him down. So he's taken the doctor and he have both gone down to the rooms. Not sure what's wrong, but he didn't look good.
Doherty comes wide on the kick out. The target was O'Brien, and getting across and knocking it out of play is Caldwell for the Bombers. So boundary throw in half forward for the Dons.
It's a bad miss by Stringer at the end, that mark, dropping that mark.
Yeah.
He may have got a push, but that's 15 metres shot for goal.
11 minutes in, Carlton the only goal. They led it by 5 points. Draper down to Parrish. Hand pass away to Nick Martin. Gives it to Redmond. Hand pass to the voice, straight to Silvani. Centre half back for Carlton. Ugly kick just along the ground, 2 metres to Newman. Sweeping hand pass to Owies. They're up over halfway, the Blues. Owies down to half forward. Looks for Harry. Running back towards the goal mouth and takes the mark right half forward, 30 out.
Yeah, just a mistake, really. Just a hand pass mistake. Really, probably one of your son's teammates, wouldn't be your son would do it, but one of his teammates would have done it, Lingy, I reckon.
Not in the team that I coach, Mick. They hit the target perfectly.
Harry doesn't want the set shot here with the drop punt, so he's snapping off the right boot, and he's just got it there. Over the head of Draper and through for Carlton's second. Welcome back, H. Mackay with his 21st of the season, his first game since round 8. And 12 minutes in, Carlton have kicked the first couple. They're 2-1-13, the Bombers 2 behinds.
I need a replay here, Mick, but that kick from Harry Mackay, it's called the round the body, which he's more comfortable with. It barely carried the line, and Sam Draper was down there, but he was, say, 3-4 metres inside the field of play.
And also the point area.
Running towards the goal. I wonder if he'd come from behind the goal line with a jump, if he would have got a hand on that. That just seemed like a little lack of concentration then from the Bombers. no one on the goal line.
But what about players on the mark, one supposed to be 10 metres away? Why don't they get there?
Yeah.
Like, there's one club that does it. Geelong do it so well.
Blues out by 11. Jack Sylvani into the ruck up against Draper. Draper gets it down to Parrish. The hand pass to Shield. Tucks the footy under the arm. Gets it out to Durden, who gathers on the members' wing. High up and under kick towards Guelphy. He takes the mark. Newman couldn't get a fist in there, and Matt Guelphy has it hard out to the right. Looks inside 50. Kicks towards Peter Wright. It won't get to him. And Louis Young takes the mark in the left back pocket. 25 metres out from the goal at the City end. Tim Hodges.
Just watching Matt Cottrell, the Carlton medical sub, has been told to do the warm-up, so he's running right around the boundary doing his full warm-up. I think Adam Chera might be out of this game, guys, the way things are going.
Carlton out of defensive 50. Kennedy long kick to Newms up on the southern wing. Had Boyd alongside him. Closed down by Heppel as he plays on. Kicks to half forward. Trying to reel it in. Hind can't complete the mark. Close to the boundary line. Hewitt and Reed see it out and a throw in 60 out from the Carlton goal. I can't remember which one of our analysts mentioned this on Grandstand AFL, but they used to say, look, if the opposition had too many players in long sleeves, we knew that we'd got them right from the start. They have 5 Carlton tonight. Boyd, Plowman, Fisher, Young and Silvani all in the long sleeves. Seems like a high number.
That's right in your wheelhouse for the stats. From the throw in, Walsh can't break away. The umpire will throw it up. Hodgie, do we think it's a leg injury for Chera or still no clearer?
Yeah, so he's had some soft tissue, and look now you can see the substitution is just being made, the paperwork being handed over. Cottrell is into this game, and that's a massive blow for the Blues. Adam Chera, he's had some soft tissue injuries before. He knew he'd done something wrong. He came off the bench and went straight to the doctor and almost dragged him down to the rooms. So that is a huge blow for the Blues, not just for tonight, but for the next couple of weeks, you would think.
Hewitt kicked inside the 50 and Owies was taken high by Cutler. He had his ankle caught underneath his body for a moment or so, but seems like he's okay to take the shot on goal. So hard against the boundary. He'll kick from about 45 metres out. Matt Owies with 9 goals so far in 2022. Sets fly. It's not a bad effort. He squeezed it in. And he turns to the Essendon faithful, bouncing on his toes like a boxer who's just landed a significant punch. And the Blues have kicked the opening 3 goals of the match. 3-1-19 to the Bombers, 2 behind. 15 minutes gone, opening term on ABC Sport.
They've looked terrific, Carlton, but I will say, for the Bombers supporters who aren't at the ground, and the ones at the ground will understand this, if you're not watching it, there's been a couple of just bad errors that have given Carlton the football to, and they've made Essendon pay. So Essendon are not out of this. Drake Stringer drops one out 15 metres. There's a hand pass for Redmond, I think it was, went straight to a Carlton player. Virtually creates goals. And then one bad bounce, probably about 5 or 6 minutes ago now, bounced over his head instead of at the Essendon player. So I don't think Essendon are out of this game by any stretch of the imagination. The scoreboard doesn't look kind, but they're better than the 3 goals to none.
Back in the middle, Silvani and Draper to go at it. They share it out of the middle. Now Silvani jumps on top of it, tackled by Shield. Draper tries to reel it in. The Blues keep their feet around the stoppage. Hewitt to Walsh, kick smothered. Perkins gets the break eventually. Hurried kick onto the chest of Hobbs. High half forward for Essendon. Kicks deep to Jones. Jones has got it. Harry Jones leaping up and marking. Second game back for the Bombers. And their young key forward can have a ping from 15 out straight in front.
He's got a terrific pair of hands. He showed it last year. He showed it right then. He'll build a body. He'll build an understanding of his forward craft. He'll add all of those elements as the years go by. But as a fundamental, he's got a superb set of hands.
Oh, he has. Phillips, take your head off Phillips. That was fantastic. He could have flown for that and spoilt that. Stayed on the ground.
So celebrating 150 years of history tonight, the Bombers, but it's a look to the future for their first. The 21-year-old Harry Jones puts it through. And Essendon are on the board. The Dons are 1-2-8, Carlton 3-1-19, 17 minutes in on Grandstand AFL.
Yeah, and that was terrific play by the Bombers, and I like the one that they attacked the goal square with height, but Jones come from nowhere. We sort of, early on, we couldn't understand how Martin got so clear. I reckon they'd be scratching their head saying, well, how did Jones get so clear? But Phillips could have come across the face of that, but just at the right moment, just realised that his teammate was in the right place. He held up. In fact, he almost just did enough to keep the Carlton
Lewis
defence.
Young, wasn't it? Yeah, just took that body, but with enough subtlety, he wasn't going to get a free kick. It was good play.
Yeah, too right. Excellent play.
Kicked a goal last week against Port Adelaide. Great to see Harry Jones back in the Bombers lineup after foot surgery on the eve of the season. Back in the middle, De Koning wins down the tap against Phillips. Gets it down to Kennedy. The hand pass to Hewitt. Kicks towards the top of the 50. Out Redmond couldn't take the mark. Brought it to the front where Walsh is gathering it. He's tackled well by Redmond, and Shield had the arm pinned and he's holding the footy.
He might be giving away a free kick, but he's just a terrific player, Sam Walsh.
And the Bombers to take it on half back. Hodgie, it feels like the rain's arrived.
Oh, thanks, Clinchy. Yes, it has. It has, and I think it's only going to get stronger and colder. So, but it is a fantastic crowd. It's got to be said. After last night's disappointment, this is an enormous crowd.
Can you stop whinging, Timmy?
Ridley off half-back, kicks down the wing to Cutler, hand pass to Hind, goes deep to Draper. In the tangle with Plowman, he lost him. And the Essendon ruckman hangs on to it in the rain in the left forward pocket for Essendon.
Mick liked this move before, and it's working out. Oh, he probably would have got a free kick anyway there. I think Plowman was front on contact. A good grab. Just another thread up there, stretching that Carlton defence that doesn't have Jacob Wiedering.
Yeah, can he finish it though? This is his.
Yeah, this is the bit, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. He doesn't know which leg to kick with.
Just 3 goals for the year. Big Sammy Draper on the drop punt.
Perfect.
He's kicked it. Chest out for Draper. He's happy with that. As he pumps himself up and his Essendon teammates, they've kicked the last 2, and all of a sudden the margin is back within a straight kick. Carlton 3-1-19, Essendon 2-2-14 as we tick into time on first quarter Grandstand AFL.
Mick, you see what's happened in the last couple of minutes and you go, okay, so that's the Essendon direction. So Draper's 23. Harry Jones just looks like he's going to be incredible, and he's 21 years of age.
Yeah.
The youth's there, the excitement's there, the development's there. Those fundamentals is still what we're asking for. But when you see what those 2 young players can do,
yeah, indeed.
As an Essendon fan, you'd be thinking, yep, that's where we can head to.
Absolutely. And McGrath's only a young player. I know he's not out there, but he's a young player. Merritt's not overly... What's Merritt? 27. So young.
Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling with you on ABC Sport. Phillips beautifully down to Shield. Inside the 50 they go once more. It's just wide of right. And skims off the wet turf in front of him and Young and out of play. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
We thank the Blues media department who have let us know a no-risk policy with Adam Cerra. It was a tight hamstring he was complaining of, so they took him straight out of the game. So a tight hamstring is why Cerra is out of the game so early.
Thanks, Hodgie. De Koning, one down the tap. Boyd's in there trying to wrestle for the footy, and it's stuck underneath him and Parrish. And a ball up in the right forward pockets after the Blues burst out of the gates with the opening 3. Essendon with the last 2. Parrish trying to find a way through. He ran into a dead end. He's tackled. Gets the benefit of the doubt. And the umpire will throw it up. Still inside the attacking 50.
Might have been lucky. He did go the fend, but I think the umpire was a little bit blindsided.
De Koning first hands on it. They're down to the Essendon captain, Heppel. Hand pass to Shield. Met straight away. Was taken high. Free kick for Shield. And Essendon will get it. Be right on his limit. He's man on the march, 49 metres out from the goal line.
Yeah, and just a little bit greasy the ball. I think he's good for 50, but this might pull him back a half yard. So interesting to see what these 2 big boys do up in the goal square.
Got to go the late run around, don't you?
Oh, absolutely. Surely.
Use the rule to your advantage, and you're right on your limit.
So Dylan Shield, just the one this year. His left-footed drop punt is a cannon. The Bombers have arrived. They've kicked 3 in 4 minutes, and Essendon hit the front for the first time tonight. 3-2-20, Carlton 3-1-19. The Dons by a point. Grandstand AFL, Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling.
Well, they're matching Carlton and, in fact, beating them at the clearances, Mick.
Yeah.
And from the clearances, I don't think I've seen one example of Ringa-Rosie and everybody have a handball and go nowhere. They are breaking from the stoppages, and that's getting the ball in quick.
That's Essendon when they
last year,
got him into the 8 last year.
Yeah, and then you've got forwards who are feeling good. A Carlton defence that knows it's missing their key player in Jacob Wiedering. They start becoming a little bit more reactive and becoming a little bit more unsure of, do I go and help or do I stay with my opponent? Goals happen.
Shield, Parrish and Draper always centre bounce clearances for the Bombers. And here's Parrish with another one. Kicks off the outside of the boot towards Heppel. It's spoiled down by O'Brien, running onto it, into a dead end and tackle. Well, a little bit lucky to get rid of it was Hobbs. It spills out to Merritt, bangs it inside 50, over right. Plowman tries to knock it into the path of Young. In the end, he leaves it for Nunes. He's thrown to the turf by Caldwell. As courageously back with the flight, Guelphy takes the mark for the Bombers.
Oh, that's a great mark, and that's a courageous, not only great mark, it's a courageous mark. That's listening to the former greats, I reckon. Maybe we're seeing something get rubbed off on here, Wingy.
Well, I said that at the start, didn't I, Mick, that if you're going to stand there and you're going to talk that in front of those great Essendon players, you'd want to produce, and there's been some big efforts that show they are prepared to back up their words with actions. Good signs.
Howard out to the left. He'll have to kick 50. Dylan Shield could do so. Matt Guelphy steps up to the plate. He slipped just as he got boot to ball and dragged it out to the left, out of bounds on the full. So the Bombers still lead by just a point.
Sorry, Clinchy. So Matt Cottrell standing on the mark there, jumping up and down that he touched it, just in case it went through. As soon as it went over on the full, he sprinted off, and Guelphy started saying, no, he touched it.
That's our game in a nutshell, isn't it? As Sard with the long kick out and the free to Harry Mackay takes another contested mark again in the back half. Kicks beyond the wing, down to his partner in crime in Charlie Curnow. Kelly tugs his jumper, free kick, advantage applied for the Blues. Walsh inside 50 to O'Brien, but backpedaling Heppel cuts it off. The intercept mark for Essendon. Short kick out, the only teenager out there, the 18-year-old Ben Hobbs at half-back.
Wants to go back inside the defensive 50 to the Bombers captain in Heppel. He works it back to Hind, who looks out to the southern side. Caldwell's on a long searching lead. He takes the mark. He doesn't have really anything else on the southern wing. Redmond kept running. That's ignored. Now he'll drive it up to Phillips, who offers a lead. It clears him and to Koning. Jones comes racing in as Newman gathered. Newman with the fend off. Quick hand pass to Cottrell, who works it to Cripps, who goes all the way back to Plowman. Not a great kick to Doherty. He picked up the half volley and drives the ball towards the southern wing. Durden underneath. Takes the mark for the Blues. Quick hand pass away to Walsh. He gets to right half forward. Charlie on the lead. Good defence. Ridley got a fist in there. Spoils it away. Calder with the hand pass to Reid, who jams on the boot up to the wing towards Phillips.
Phillips flies through, can't complete the mark, spills to Guelphy, tackled by Doherty immediately. The ball up in the southern wing.
Gee, that was a good spoil by Ridley.
Wasn't it fantastic? One of the criticisms has been their tackling. It's 14-10, so it just shows you the mindset. They know how to tackle. Essendon in front, 14-10 tackle-wise.
Essendon by one from the ball up. There's a free head over at Hewitt, taken front on by Caldwell and illegally. Free kick for the Blues on the southern wing. They were the number one tackling team in the league early last year, the Bombers. They're now ranked 18th, well below the AFL average of 54 a game as Hewitt puts them inside 50. Cripps at the back, forced to bring it down, did so effectively. Cottrell to Nunes, hand pass to DeConing, heads inside 50. Mackay thought about claiming the mark, was told to go. The Bombers win it back. Redmond away to Phillips, who just bangs it out of danger.
Plowman's a loose in defence for the Blues. He races after an awkward bounce, gathered and bursts away from Durham. Kicks inside 50. Martin floated across the front, couldn't take it. Landed in the lap of Curnow. He tries to spin out of traffic. Had to get the hand pass away. Redmond cannon into as he gets the hand pass to Cutler and now to Ridley. Takes a bounce on defensive 50. Hand pass to Heppel, boundary side. Down low for Durham. Couldn't handle it. And Kennedy sees it out of play for a boundary throw-in.
They lost their structure, Essendon, on two occasions. Coming out of the back line, they have not had a target to kick to. That's why they've had to muck around with the ball and give Carlton another look at it, really.
Bombers are the worst first quarter team in the competition, have led only twice at quarter time all year. And the boundary throw-in, Phillips in front, palms it down. Cripps was there, lost it, spills away to DeConing, away to Fisher, hand pass to Kennedy, gives it to Walsh, 30 out, kicks goalward, it slides off the boot. Charlie Curnow trying to claim the mark. It comes out in the tackle from Laverty. Up says play on, and Redmond gets it out of the defensive 50.
Shield bursting from half-back, kicks up towards Peter Wright. Marchbank in from the side, welcome back. First game of footy in 3 years. And doing what he does best, another great intercepting mark. Works it out to Doherty on the southern wing. He kicks it up to Matt Kennedy, who marks between wing and half forward. Bombers by a point. 27 minutes gone opening term. Kennedy gets his full toll. Charges around the mark. Kicks towards DeConing. And Big Harry, who was in the pack, spills out to the front. Cottrell spins out of traffic. Hand pass back to Marchbank. Barrels a kick inside 50 to Cody, one of the chest mark. Ridley came and spoiled it down. It pinballs around. Reid with a hand pass away. A chance. As Perkins' hand pass was a little bit wide. Fisher tries to slide in, but Stringer in defence gathers for the Bombers.
There's not a heap up ahead, so he kicks wide to the big man Peter Wright. Missed him. Skids out of play. Between wing and half forward for the Blues. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Ben Rutten will be the most exhausted player out there, and he's not even a player. He's so animated. I've done a bunch of Essendon games this year, and he is more animated than ever. He is riding this game. It means a hell of a lot to the club, but a hell of a lot to the coach. He is very much invested in this contest.
It'll be the biggest game of Essendon's season at 2-9. They're up by a point here, celebrating 150 years as a club. For the boundary throw-in, O'Brien hooks a kick inside 50. Charlie Curnow takes on the tacklers. Hand pass and turnover. Redmond to Shield, and now back to Ridley. Kicks off half-back.
Merritt dropped the mark, but has enough time to regather. Works it up to Perkins, who marks at left half-back. Jones was free at half-forward. He's a bit slow to realise that now. Kicks to a 2-on-1. He competes well against Young and Marchbank. Marchbank was pushed in the back by Stringer, and calls for the free kick to come back. It was sloppy from Stringer.
It was a bit crude, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Well, that's twice he's done that. That's just silly play.
Right, so back to Doherty. He threads the needle through the middle of the ground, finds Silvani. They've got players out on the southern wing. Kicks out to Cottrell, who gathers now right half forward. Looks inside the 50. Here's Charlie. He marks on his chest, uncontested on the lead.
Again, it was the kick through the middle of the ground, just opened everything up. Once they're getting it on that 45 degrees through the middle of the ground, Carlton, they are opening Essendon up, and now they get a really good look at it through Charlie Curnow.
It would be a telling blow just before quarter time for the Blues. Charlie Curnow comes in and steers it straight through the middle, just as the siren sounds for quarter time. The Blues take back the lead with the last kick of the quarter. And Harry Mackay back alongside Charlie Curnow both have a goal apiece. In Harry Mackay's return, he and Charlie Curnow combined for 45 goals in the first 8 weeks. They're on the board here with one apiece. Jack Martin, the other goal scorer for the Blues, alongside Matt Owies. Meanwhile, for the Bombers, their goals have come through Draper, Parrish and Jones, with Dylan Shield as well.
Quarter time at the MCG. It's got a big game feel about it, and it's rare that you say that about 16th versus 7th. But there's 150 years of history between these two clubs, and it's a game which is living up to the stage so far through the opening term. 0437 774 774 is the SMS number if you want to get involved throughout the night. On ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and Sport Digital, this is Grandstand AFL.
My friend and I love the footy. Oh, we spend the whole week waiting for the next game. And before you know it, the ABC has the footy on the radio again.
It's the boundary in the right foot. Oh, that's one of the goals of the season.
He likes it before it even crosses the line.
2-on-1. Silvani! What a mark in the goal square.
It's going, it's there.
Light up your week with the best call in the game.
Grandstand AFL.
AFL.
On ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital. The 2022 AFL Premiership Season. Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
The Walsh off balance, kicks inside 50, and Jack Martin marks uncontested at centre-half forward. One of the 5-ins for Carlton. Jack Martin on the set shot. The Blues have kicked the first. They've gate-crashed Essendon's party.
Matt Owies with 9 goals so far in 2022. Sets fly, it's not a bad effort. He squeezed it in. And he turns to the Essendon faithful, bouncing on his toes like a boxer who's just landed a significant punch.
High half forward for Essendon. Kicks deep to Jones. Jones has got it. Harry Jones leaping up and marking second game back for the Bombers. Their young key forward can have a pin from 15 out straight in front. So celebrating 150 years of history tonight, the Bombers, but it's a look to the future for their first. The 21-year-old Harry Jones puts it through. And Essendon are on the board. Cutler hand pass to Hine, goes deep to Draper. In the tangle with Plowman, he lost him. And the Essendon ruckman hangs on to it in the rain in the left forward pocket for Essendon. Big Sammy Draper on the drop punt. Perfect. He's kicked it. Pass to Shield. Met straight away. Was taken high. Free kick to Shield. So Dylan Shield is the one this year. His left-footed drop punt is a cannon. The Bombers have arrived.
This is the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Highly entertaining opening quarter. 2 lead changes. Carlton kicking the first 3. The Bombers the next 3. And then Charlie Curnow after the bell at quarter time to put the Blues up by 5 at the first break. Cameron Ling, Mick Malthouse.
Well, Mick, both you and I think we saw it the same way in that first quarter, that early on Carlton took their chances more than Essendon did. Essendon was playing some decent football, missed a couple of set shots at goal, couple of just crucial little skill errors Carlton score. Then Essendon got it completely back on their terms and were in control of the game. And their forward line looked really dangerous when they had a forward line.
Yeah.
It flipped with about 5 minutes to go in that quarter, and it was all Carlton down their end of the ground because Essendon lost their structure completely. I know we've been asking for effort and we've been asking for contest and we've been asking for pressure. So, yes, that has to be there. But a couple of times Essendon won the ball back, looked up, wanted to go forward off half-back and had no one to go to and went sideways and ended up out of bounds and nothing sort of stuff because every single Essendon forward had hunted so far up the ground that they couldn't kick it to anyone. No. So you can't go forward if you've got no one forward of the footy. So that they've got to be resetting that at quarter time, don't they, Ben Rutten? Say, keep your structure.
Well, if they lose their structure, everything falls because then Carlton have lost their best and key back last week. So therefore, yes, they're an adequate backline. They're okay, but they're not star-studded. But if they got 5 and you only got 3, that's going to look like a star-studded backline. Yep. And that's what's happened. And I look at the tackles. Essendon have been down all year. It's 20-10 Essendon's favour. And I'm half suspecting now that extra 10 they've got is now chasing the poor forward, Gelfie and all these sort of play. They're chasing because the ball goes in. They're chasing from one player to the next because they just can't control the ball that gets kicked down there. And Carlton put enough pressure on now. That kick coming out of the back line means it's just going to go straight back in there. Yeah. It's 90 possessions or 89 to 74, so Carlton are getting more of the football. You're spot on, Lee, but I personally reckon, like, Wright's not in the game. Draper's got in the game through one goal. The combination of 2 rucks is working. The clearances are even, but what it needs now for Essendon to do is exactly what you just said, structure up the proper way, but also don't become now stat conscious. Get the football in there quickly, and that's the scoring opportunity. Like Stringer can't chase; he wouldn't be able to chase a bat out of a dark night. So I mean, what you have to do now is get the ball in his vicinity, and the only way you're going to do that is to make a quick one. And that work rate from the stop, as you're saying, get it forward, but also transition at times. Sam Walsh's run has been important for Carlton. Yep. He's not quite nailing that last kick inside forward 50 like we're used to seeing, but he's breaking the lines. Doherty's using it really well off half-back. And so when Carlton have been able to break through, gee, they look dangerous. Yeah. But now that Essendon midfield, reset yourself. 1 good quarter, 9 all clearances, broke even, go back to work at the coalface.
Carlton by 5 points. First time in 51 games they've fronted up without Jacob Wiedering. Hasn't missed since 2019. They're without him tonight and for the next few. Second quarter underway. Draper wins the hit out down to Dylan Shield, who leads the disposal count for Essendon. He's up to 9. Hand pass away to Merritt. Sweeping hand pass to Nick Martin. Half forward, pokes the kick to Hobbs. Throws his body out at no mark. Spills down to Cripps of the Blues. He kicks wide to Silvani, who's up and marking in front of Laverty and in front of the Carlton bench.
Sorry to jump in straight away, but why didn't Dylan Shield or Zach Merritt put that ball 15 metres out from goal?
It was the two big boys there.
2 opportunities to put the Carlton defence under the pump.
Silvani goes for Cripps, finds him on the members' wing, hand pass to Nunes, quick transition out in front of Charlie Curnow. He's got it again.
That's how forwards want it, in quick and one-on-one.
Jordan Ridley was left to put his hands on his hips and lament. There's not much you can do when one of the best key forwards is moving like that.
So is that a lack of confidence in their forwards, or is it a decision-making thing for the mids?
I actually don't know the answer to that. In that situation, they had 2 opportunities to do it. I don't know, Corbs.
Slightly right of centre, Charlie Curnow comes in and misses after goaling just as the siren sounded for quarter time. So the Blues by 6 points. His goal drew him level with Jezza Cameron, a chance to take the outright lead in the Coleman medal.
Redmond from the kick out goes short to Hind after playing on. Hind hand pass to Nick Martin. He kicks wide. And Kelly and half back for the Bombers, right on the junction of the 50 and the boundary line. Short to Redmond. Redmond chips further afield to Heppel. He looks into the corridor now. Hind moving for him. Kennedy favoured by the kick. No marks. Spills down Carlton's way. Always hand pass to Sard. Sweeping hand pass over to News.
Looks up. Here comes Charlie Curnow again.
Harry's by himself.
Turns, spots Harry, kicks to him in the right forward pocket. They're the double act. And the thing that would have given Ben Rutten absolute nightmares as he planned preparation for the Blues this week.
And Matt, you're calling this. He's going to have a shot. There's no Essendon players standing that allowed the 10 metres, so he can't run on. He's just running into open space.
Missed 4 weeks with a knee injury. It was meant to be 6. So the Blues bolter, Harry Mackay, he's back, he's snapping, and he's got his second. That's right. Carlton extend their lead out to 12 points with the opening goal in the second quarter. 5-2-32 to the Bombers, 3-2-20. 2.5 minutes gone, second term, and you'd imagine that would have been part of the team meetings to know that he'd kick on an angle and put pressure on him.
Exactly right. Now, he is very, very good at kicking like that. It might not make a difference, but it just might.
Geelong are one of the best sides, Lingy. One of the best sides in the competition. It's no embarrassment to take a leaf out of someone who does it well, or some team that does it well. You take that with you. Why wouldn't you stand there and put additional pressure on him? It's just bizarre.
Just charge at him enough that
you might put him off once.
You might catch his eye one time and just miss. It could make a tiny difference, but it could be the difference in a game.
This isn't going to make Hodgie feel any better, but it doesn't look like there's much rain on the radar, and yet there are showers sweeping across the MCG again to start the second term. Back in the middle, the Bombers through Merritt, trickles a kick out wide. Heppel off the wing, can't trap it, paddles it to Hobbs' advantage. Collects, kicks inside the forward 50 for Essendon. Jones trying to take the one-hander close to the boundary line and out of play. 40 out from the Essendon goal. Hodgie.
Yeah, that rain's as heavy as it's been, and there's plenty of it. It's getting heavier and heavier. So, not exactly pleasant down here.
The up went down with the ball up in the middle of the ground, so it seems to be pretty greasy underfoot. Thrown back in. Draper sets himself in front of De Koning, knocks it to the front. Durham tries to soccer it up to Hobbs. Can't get a disposal away. There's a couple of Blues, no surprise. Matt Kennedy's in there locking it up, and Lewis Young underneath him.
I confidently told everyone Clinchy 2 wouldn't rain tonight, so...
right, you were the one, were you?
Sure, lots of people are happy with that right about now.
Here's a chance for Heppel on 50. Hand pass to Merritt, kicks towards Jones, bounced off his chest. Shield, underground hand pass to Hobbs. He could have been dragged down when he didn't have the footy. No whistle. A chance still for the Bombers. Stringer tries to get on the end of it at the top of the goal square. Caldwell dragged down, the greasy footy sliding around. Plowman's over the top, knocked off it. And still a chance as Doherty's dragged away. Umpire's just happy to let it go for a few moments, and now conceding with enough players around the ball, it's not coming out. They throw up in the left forward pocket for the Bombers.
Structure is so important in the wet.
Carlton by 12 points, 5 minutes into the second. Draper wins it down. Live ball for Essendon inside 50. Nick Martin spun around, gives it to Heppel. He's mowed down immediately by Walsh. Comes to Parrish, hand pass to Hind. Shoots goal when he's offline and kicks it out on the full. With a single step.
A bit stiff there, the Bombers. There's a couple of free kicks that could have been paid. Umpires are looking at, I guess, the conditions as well. But it's been in there now for about a minute and a half. You've got to score, and they haven't.
Young long out of defence for the Blues, up towards the Koning. Spoiled down by Ridley. Durden lays a big tackle on Laverty. The footy stuck underneath the 2, and the umpire will throw it up.
So even the structure here, the Bombers have got one behind, but he's not deep enough for wet weather football.
Draper trying to get rid of De Koning and knock it down to Parrish. He scraps with Hewitt with the footy stuck underneath. We're going to have a lot of this tonight, you'd imagine, in greasy conditions. Merritt kicks inside 50. Right, beautifully palmed it down. A chance for Jones. Would you believe it? He's kicked his second.
They're going to check something here, Clinchy.
Seemed great work by the two Bombers bigs combining, but we are going to have a score review as to whether it brushed the post on the way through.
Well, surely you must see that. You're a goal umpire, you've got your nose on the post. Surely you would know that. It's not the post away from the goal umpire. He honestly, I reckon some of these have become nonsense.
So soft signals at goal.
Goal umpire was trying to get in position, and as a result has found himself out of position, trying to gauge as to whether it hit the post.
That'll be a stay goal.
So this was to be an Essendon goal, which it is. The all clear given on the scoreboard. It's something from nothing a little bit after a far better purposeful inside 50 in the previous entry, but it does draw them to just 6 points behind and level things up at a goal apiece for this second term. The Blues 5-2-32, Essendon 4-2-26. 7 minutes gone, second term.
And if anything, with the rain now, it can simplify things for the Bombers.
Absolutely it does.
You win the ball in the middle of the ground, be prepared to get it in quick. Defenders get very, very nervous when it's a wet ball and it's coming in quick.
Yeah, and make the mistakes in your forward line, not in the back line. You know, this goes for both sides. There's nothing better on a wet day to have control of the ball in your area, and then load up behind. In case, because kick off the ground, the long kick that slides.
Wet weather footy, Carlton by 6 points. Free kick for a hold. Phillips palms it down and Walsh tucks the jumper of Parrish.
Just get it straight in there now with the wet ball.
Hand pass to Redmond. Hits up Nick Martin, who marks 55 out. Crowded forward 50. Almost gave it to Redmond with Silvani right on him. Just kicks it high to the ruckman. Phillips goes flying forward. De Koning takes the intercept mark. Back for Carlton. Hand pass to Doherty in the back pocket.
Looks up towards Harry and Charlie. It clears Harry Mackay. At the back, Matt Kennedy runs onto it. He takes the bounce. Looks up inside the 50. He's got Charlie Curnow deep. One-on-one with Ridley. Charlie palms it down. Lost his footing. Gets a free kick for a hold.
Well, I don't want to be a bearer of bad news, but as I said before, you must defend behind the line in slippery conditions, because if the opposition break out, they're going to get what they've got now. Carlton will get an easy goal out of this.
Ridley just had a fisted jumper that the umpire saw. Charlie Curnow steps out, hits the fat part of the footy, kicks it right across the face of goal from 25 metres out. And Big Harry comes charging in to offer some encouragement, but that's one of the all-time shockers.
I am fully supportive of the kick around the body if you feel comfortable doing that, but not on your non-preferred when you can kick a drop punt from there.
Kelly from the free kick long down the line. Another free here. And it's going to go to Coning's way. He was shepherded out of it illegally by Phillips. So Carlton free between wing and half forward. Southern boundary line. Kicks into the pocket. Mackay and Curnow both down there. Slips past them both and out of play. Durden can't handle it. So a boundary throw in forward pocket for the Blues. It was a late change. Andy McGrath out with a groin injury, barely trained during the week, so Cutler in the 22. And Adam Chera in the opening quarter, opening minutes, hamstring tightness. He's been subbed out for Cottrell. Boundary throwing. Merritt lays a big tackle on Hewitt, who spun around, got it to Walsh. Walsh off the deck, hands it out to Hewitt, who's taken high.
She just does. Talk about midfield craft, which I love. I was a midfielder. Just the way that he comes back to the footy and hunts at the next out number. He was involved in one bit, well tackled by Merritt. Ball spills out straight up, straight back to outnumbering at the footy. Terrific by Hewitt.
Nick Martin with the high tackle. Kicks in the pocket, Silvani. Superb mark. Mackay went down in the pack, and Jack Silvani, 3 deep, comes down with it right into the back of the famous Essendon number 31 in Zach Reid. And Silvani can have a shot in the left forward pocket. Here's a moment for you tonight. Essendon celebrating their history, but a famous blue blood. Jack Silvani puts Carlton 2 goals clear. 11 minutes into the second term. The mark and the finish for Jack Silvani. Carlton 6-2-38. Essendon 4-2-26. It's the Blues by 12 points.
Well, amazingly, Nick, in this quarter, Essendon 6-1 up in the clearances. Normally a real strength of Carlton's, those clearances, but they just haven't allowed it to translate into dominance and multiple goals. And that's credit to Carlton. They're holding up and they're holding strong. Carlton almost getting their advantage now on a turnover or even the long kick and a bit of poor defensive method from the Bombers, and they're getting them out the back. The clearances are quite good by the Bombers, so now they've got to get goals from that dominance.
Well, they haven't quite got the same manpower as the Blues.
Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling with you on Friday Night Footy. Bounce back in the middle. Phillips goes early, wins down the tap against the Koning. Tries to run onto it. Now becomes the tackler as the ball spills away. A chance for Perkins to kick long inside the 50. Great juggling mark. Off balance, Nick Newman was able to just hang on to it by controlling the footy as he came down and goes short to Hewitt. He has it at right half back for the Blues.
Just gets in the right place, Hewitt. He looks at that corridor, stays there. Everyone else is bouncing around. He just stays there and gets the easy ball.
Across the half-back line to Louis Young, who plays on immediately to Newman, sweeps a hand pass to Boyd. Logo southern wing, kicks Carlton to half-forward, and Jack Martin takes the mark. Between wing and half-forward, wants to take on the man on the mark and does. Kicks off his non-preferred. Big fly from De Koning in front Mackay. De Koning had the sit, but Harry Mackay stands tall at the front of the pack to pull it down.
Which 200-centimetre player did you want to mark that footy, Carlton fans? De Koning had the big fly, but you're right now. It was Harry's first grab and second grab. Wow, what weapons.
De Koning had his leg right across the shoulders of Jordan Ridley. But it's Harry Mackay with the footy and hitting the post. Carlton by 13 points on the Mackay poster. Hodgie on the boundary.
Corbin, the wind has picked up considerably down here, and the flags are almost blowing off the posts, and Lingy probably can explain it best. When it gets to ground level, it's just like a saucepan. It swirls around. So added with the rain, these conditions are just appalling right now.
Ridley with a long kick in, got it up to the wing for the Bombers. And Boyd was tripped as he tried to break away. And another one of the long sleeves for the Blues will take it out of the Shane Warne stand.
Yeah, it really is strange at the MCG. It does feel like you're always kicking kind of with the wind at times, swirling, but then you can get to another part of the ground and it's just blowing straight in your face.
Boyd to march back inside the 50. Here's Charlie as a fly. Can't take it. Oh, he's tries to run on the loose footy. Now becomes the tackler on Heppel. There's no room to move. And the umpire will throw it up just in front of the behind line for the Blues. They lead by 13.
What a dangerous forward line. They can all grab it, and the ground ball players are so deadly too.
Carlton by 13 points, top of the goal square. Cripps tries to throw his boot out and he's going to get it free. Being held on to in the right contest. And Paddy Cripps will shoot from just outside the goal square, 10 metres out.
Yeah, Sam Draper's been paid for pulling the arm. You reckon, Mick?
Oh, absolutely. A silly play by Draper. He's up against a sizable tall player, but he's a midfielder, and Draper just had to go to the footy.
Costly free kick. Cripps makes him pay. New game high. Carlton out by 19 points. 15 minutes into the second term, Carlton 7-3, Essendon 4-2. Grandstand AFL, Mick Moldhouse, Cameron Ling.
Just on that wind, if I can just say, having coached here a lot of times, when that wind, and it's blowing from the west straight to east, it hits the grandstand at the eastern end and comes back in your face. You look at the flags and you think, but you've got the wind up until about the centre. From there on in, it hits the stand and comes straight back at you. So you don't have a great advantage of looking at the flags. Just incidentally on the game, it just shows you there how deadly they are, because Carlton have got marking players all over. Silvani's taken a mark, Mackay, Curnow, a free kick there to Paddy Cripps. All sizable players, all can mark and all can kick goals. So that's why they're so dangerous, the Blues.
Mick Moldhouse with you on ABC Sport. The Blues with 3 of the last 4. Silvani slipped over in the ruck battle with Draper. So Draper comfortably won it down, but Silvani scraps for it over the footy. Shield fell in his back. Jack Silvani will take the free kick, still in the outer of the centre circles. Looks to send the Blues towards half forward. Kick, set, a challenge for Nunes. It never quite got to him. And Durham takes the intercepting mark for the Bombers. Turns and kicks out to Hind, who has it at right half back. A couple of steps in from the boundary. Shield is the shortest option. He spots him up, but no closer to goal. Still at half back.
In the bright green boots again tonight, Dylan Shield heads to the big man in Draper. Goes down in front of the pack, spills through to Newman of the Blues. Hand pass to Cripps, takes on the tackle, gets it to Kennedy. Dumped in a heavy tackle, middle of the ground by Kelly. We'll have a ball up alongside the centre circles.
Sam Draper's either going for staging there, or he has got one of the biggest shoves in the back, and the umpire completely missed it. He went flying in that last marking contest.
Draper tried to take it on the ruck. He was tackled by Silvani, swung around and penalised, told him the footy.
Well, this is a win by Carlton. It should not be a win at all under any circumstances.
He's trying to work out how to dominate Jack Silvani. He gives it to Saad, kicks towards Charlie Curnow. Had one bite at it, almost a second. Ridley claims he touched it. The two go to the turf, and the umpire will throw it up right on 50 out to the left for the Blues.
Carlton's, if I can just say, Essendon is slipping back into the short game again. They're not giving the forwards any advantage whatsoever, starving them in fact.
Draper rucking against the smaller players, been giving away some free kicks in the ruck, and here he matches up with DeConey, wins the hit out. Perkins coughs it up though, hand pass to Doherty, hooks the kick inside 50, but too much on it. Out on the full.
The ruck tactic is an interesting one. Even that last one where Cripps got the free kick. So DeConing, Mackay and Curnow were all potentials to take that ruck. Cripps still does it down there. So they think that they can use Silvani and Cripps and body up and still not worry too much about what Draper's doing.
Kelly looks for right, slips through his fingers, southern boundary line. Carlton win it back, forward of the wing. Cripps, hand pass to Newman. He's a left footer, he puts it inside 50. Ridley's got to mark it, does so eventually. Juggled effort with Charlie Curnow just waiting out the back, looming large. Ridley, the saving mark, top of the defensive goal square for Essendon. Blues by 19 points, 18 played, second term.
Silvani 4, Curnow 3, Mackay 2, Stringer none, Wright none. So Phillips none. So there's the contrast.
Ridley short to Hind. Out half back, kicks up to Peter Wright, takes the mark.
It's a long way up the ground to have to get that.
Hasn't had a lot of meaningful moments so far, but does loom as one of their most dangerous targets. Kicks towards the 50. Draper in a wrestle with DeConey. Draper claimed the mark. Turns, kicks off balance. The Blues have O'Brien back, but he can't take the mark as Caldwell spoiled it down. Still a chance for the Bombers. Walsh comes charging in, tries to rip the footy away from Harry Jones. Guelphy gets the hand pass to Draper, jams it on the boot. Got it! Squeezed it inside the right goalpost, and Sam Draper, who would have thought he's kicked two? Can be unconventional with his kicking, but he's able to steer it straight through the major opening. And Carlton's lead is cut back to 13. The Blues 7-3-45 to the Bombers 5-2-32. 19 minutes gone, second term.
Well, I just said Wright hadn't touched it, so he has to come up onto the wing to get it. Get the ball inside and see what damage you can do. Draper, it is unconventional. It was a ball off the ground, and he picked it up and kicked it around the corner. Nonetheless, he was in position to get it, and that's the difference at the moment. Carlton looks so dangerous, Essendon don't, but when they get it in there, there's the height factor favours Essendon.
Didn't take a mark last week, Sam Draper against Port Adelaide, so Ben Rutten thought they had something there by playing him forward rather than in the ruck.
Carlton's lead cut to 13 as we tick into time on second term. DeConey, the run-in start, favoured by the bounce, wins the hit out, but down to Shield of the Bombers. Hand pass to Perkins. He can get the centre break for Essendon. Heads out to half forward right. Hucks it to his chest. Marks in front of Louis Young. And he can shoot from 50 out right half forward for the Bombers.
Excellent response by Peter Wright. You're right, he got up the ground to get that first one. That one was a genuine 50-50. I know the kick came in long and high. He's looking for the forward, but he was kind of out of position and had to really fight for that front position and make that ball his own. And he did it really well. Now, go back and nail it. Give his team a huge lift.
Complete the ball low.
Peter Wright, his drop punt is on the way. It hits the post. 3/4 of the way up, trying to give Essendon 2 in a minute. 21 minutes into the second term, Carlton by 12 points.
His third kick of the match. Saad brings the Blues back into play. Into the back pocket where Newman takes the mark. He wants to try and get around Draper. drives a low kick up towards Cripps. It bounced off his chest. Perkins is now tackled by Cripps. Ball spills clear. Carlton have the numbers. Hewitt with a hand pass to Fisher. Works it over the top to Cripps. Beautiful blind turn. Out of traffic. Got the quick hand pass back to Fisher. Got it from Durden. Keeps running along the boundary line. Up to Charlie Curnow. He marks on his chest. Veers out to the right. Almost ran into a dead end. Jams it long towards Big Harry. He's got 2 to compete with. 3 in the end. Heppel's hand pass didn't clear it. Cottrell jams onto the boot and bounces it through. They might just go upstairs to check, but Ben Rutten will be frustrated that they had the numbers back in defence and somehow coughed up the goal. Wasn't touched.
They're going to check and see if it's touched, but what about the play on the far wing by the Blues? That was scintillating footy. Paddy Cripps just broke the game open. They've seen the replays.
Did Nick Martin get a hand to it?
Hard to tell from that angle.
He said it straight away that he did, but you've got to... Well, some players can add a bit of mayo, can't they?
Soft call was a goal, so they're going to have evidence to overturn it.
A few of my old teammates, Mick, I wouldn't have believed a word they said when it comes to touched.
Well, if they stop that bet now, you'd be able to see whether the finger's been back or not. I just can't seem to stop it in time.
I think if anything, it's hit his forearm. That video evidence isn't going to support that.
So umpires call, the goal stands. And Matt Cottrell, who's a sub into the action for Chera, who suffered hamstring tightness, is now on the board in the second quarter. And the Blues are able to answer back after the Essendon goal at the other end. Back out to 18 points, 8-3-51 to Essendon. 5-3-33. 23 minutes gone, second term on ABC Sport.
Gee, that was good footy.
Wasn't it?
Oh, brilliant footy. And sometimes you just got to acknowledge there's just a great player out there. And Paddy Cripps, the form he's in this season, he just
makes it happen.
How clean he is and how controlled and great he is in traffic, just completely broke that open. Fantastic play.
All those youngsters he coached, the blind turn still exists.
Oh, yeah. If you think you can do it, back yourself.
Crooked down to the middle, up lets them roll. Phillips wins it down. Shield gets a kick going forward. Ricochets back to the big man Phillips. Just hacks it out of midair. Down to half forward. But the only one back is O'Brien for the Blues. Kicks off his non-preferred right boot down the wing, but turns it over. Redmond takes the intercept mark. He's going to go short to Shield. Shield will come out further wide for Essendon to Heppel in front of the benches. 6 lefties in the Carlton team tonight, just 3 for the Bombers. One of them has the footy. The red boots on, the Essendon captain in Dyson Heppel. Down to Hobbs, who takes the mark on his chest. Leaping up the midfielder for Essendon. Picked 13 in last year's national draft. He's 55 out. Kicks a high bomb to the top of the goal square. They come from all directions. Spills down to Walsh. He's locked up like Welfie. A ball up 15 metres out from the Essendon goal at the punt right end. The Blues by 18 points approaching half-time.
Quickly tossed up, Draper into Koning. Draper tries to slip it to the back to Parrish. No room to move. As he's tackled by Matt Kennedy. And the umpire will ball it up. Still only about 25 metres out from the Bombers' goal. At the punt road end of the MCG, Draper puts a hand into the chest of DeConing, tries to tap it down to Hobbs, taken by Newman, it pinballs around, Walsh is keen to knock it through for a minor score. Blues lead by 17 points, 24 minutes gone, now 25 in the second term.
Adam Chera hamstring tightness early in the game, so subbed out for Matt Cottrell. Alec Waterman the sub for Essendon, unused. Newman plays on from the kick out, draws the defender Hobbs, then a hand pass to Sard. Cops the jeers from the Essendon faithful. Short kick to Hewitt. He just jabs a kick short to Walsh. Swings it from one side of the ground to the other, out to the northern side to Boyd. Marks at half-back, kicks down the wing for Silvani. Trying the wrong foot, Draper. Sells the dummy, goes off his left boot inside 50. Mackay can't complete the mark. Comes down to Laverty. Hand pass to Guelph. He's under the pump, locked up by O'Brien. And a ball up, centre half forward for the Blues.
Mason Redmond got away with one then on Harry Mackay. Watch the replay. He ripped the arm down. Umpire didn't see it.
Blues by 17. Draper wins down the tap. Straight to O'Brien. Ragdoll tackle as Zach Merritt got him. And he'll take the free kick at half-back for the Bombers. Looks out to the members' side. Spots Archie Perkins with a couple of metres on Boyd, and he takes the mark. He's got Phillips long down the line, but decides to come inboard to Cutler. Laid in for Andy McGrath. Well, the club said during the week suffered from gastro, but I think everyone knew he was racing the clock to try and get his body fully right. Kicks towards Phillips, reaches up high and takes the mark against Lewis Young. Still 2 long kicks out from goal. Stringer wants it long to the goal mouth. Peter Wright's there as well. He sends it more central to the corridor than that. Setting himself, Nunes underneath, brought it down to the front. Caldwell with a hand pass, Hobbs run down. Great chase from Sard. And the Blues fans will be cheering after that effort. He takes it back for Carlton in the left back pocket.
This is where Carlton just destroy Essendon, bringing the ball out without any form of defence whatsoever.
Sard back to Doherty, and Doherty out to O'Brien, marks it right half back, hand pass to Young, gives it off by hand to Newman, kicks to half forward, and all of a sudden the Blues are 55 out. Martin takes the mark. That's Jack Martin for Carlton. He lays it up to the top of the goal square. There's a whistle on the play. There's a hold and a free kick for Carlton. And Big Harry's going to get it again.
Well, Mick's right.
Oh, that's twice it's happened though, in a row.
The ball is just slicing out of the Carlton defensive end, giving the forwards good looks.
There's no excuse. 18 v 18.
He's got 2 goals and a poster. He's on the right-hand side of the post, though, where he likes it. He can hook around off the left boot, and Harry Mackay now has 3. The Blues are out by 23 points. And a new high water mark in the game. Carlton 9-3-57, Essendon 5-4-34, 28 travelled, second term.
Just for the listeners, if you can think of the ball being in the goal square, Essendon's goal square, on 2 occasions the ball has ended up, on the first occasion it ended up a contest 30 metres out from the Carlton goal. The second one ends up being marked by a player who was intended for the first kick. On 2 occasions Essendon didn't touch the ball and were probably within, I'd say the closest they were 15 metres up to the wing of their opponent. So therefore Carlton were able to go uncontested all the way.
Absolutely sliced and diced in transition. And the Essendon defence are worried about Harry and Charlie back in the middle. Draper just slaps it forward, gains a good 20 metres. Nick Martin comes charging out, knocks it into the path of Heppel. His hand pass brushed away by Cripps. A chance for the Blues through Silvani. O'Brien was taken in the back. Carlton take the advantage. Hewitt's kick never got to Cottrell. Cutler gathers for the Dons, kicks off the outside of the boot, and it's marked by Nunes on the southern wing. Carlton by 23 points. As Nunes looks laterally and finds Sam Doherty. Having an outstanding season after there were questions as to whether he'd be right to go for round 1. He has made round 1 and hasn't missed a beat since. Combines here with Cripps, who gave it back to Doherty. Drives Carlton inside 50. Charlie Curno's there. Mackay as well. Comes down to ground level. Charlie's trying to spin out of a tackle at ground level. And the footy's locked in. The ball up 40 metres out from the Carlton goal at the city end.
Up it goes. Mackay and Draper, they share it in the ruck. Spills down to Parrish. Kicks a hurried ball out to the southern wing. Jones competes for Essendon. Spills down to Hobbs under pressure. Hand pass turnover. Picked up by Nunes. Dumps a kick to Cripps. Takes on the would-be tackler. Shoots a hand pass out to Owies, who snaps goalward. It's across the goal face. Charlie Curnow trying to reel it in. He spills it over the behind line. And a minor score to Matt Owies. Carlton's lead grows. They're up by 24 points. Half-hour mark, second term.
Readily into the back pocket for the Bombers. Cutler works it up to Mason Redmond, still inside the defensive 50. Nick Martin's running hard, offers the lead in the middle of the corridor. He takes the mark. Now out to Laverty. His kick is not all that pretty, and Heppel has to gather. It slides. Did it bounce off his toe? No. I think Lockie O'Brien thought it did, but the umpire says it was above the knee, which I'm not sure was right. Dyson Heppel relieved as the field umpire says to roll it back in.
It's just a different watch when Carlton bringing it out from defence. It's slicing and dicing, as you said, Clinchy. That is just hard work from the Bombers.
Draper, first touch on it from the boundary throw in. Cripps knocks it to the boundary line, second time around. Walsh, hand pass to O'Brien, back to Walsh, running out of room under pressure from Merritt. Gives it to Hewitt. Carlton work it out of the phone booth. Hand pass to O'Brien, hand pass to Walsh, kicks inside 50. Mackay looking for a free, it doesn't come, spills to Jack Martin. His kick smothered by Hind. Onto it for Essendon, follows it up, and then chips down the boundary line to Zach Merritt, who takes the mark and then daringly heads into the corridor. And Draper marks for Essendon. Hand pass to centre half back for Cutler. Away to Nick Martin by hand in the middle of Verdi. And he kicks long. He up to Caldwell, who can mark uncontested southern wing.
He looks up further afield. He's got Jones and Durham long down the line. Sends it in the direction of Peter Wright. Had to score from behind against Doherty. Gathering at Jones. Hand pass to pretty much a stationary Hind. They had to take the tackle from Cripps and try and lock the footy in.
Well, the choice of the hand passing is just bizarre at times when you can turn and kick the ball inside your front 50. Even if it's a one-on-one in the front 50.
Draper up against Silvani, got it down to Parrish and then almost laid a big bump on Doherty. He's lucky he didn't make contact with Sam Doherty's head over the footy. A throw up just about at the top of the 50 for the Bombers, who trail by 24.
Whacked inside the forward 50 by Draper. Volleyball spike back in the other direction from Sard. On the wing, Kelly. Hand pass away to Hind for the Essendon. Kicks wide out to half forward. Big collision right on the bell. Caldwell in one direction and charging through in the other.
Is it Marchbank?
Yeah, Marchbank putting his body on the line. The pair collide and bounce straight back up. Tough stuff both ways, and it wouldn't be a Carlton Essendon game without a bit of a Barney right on the bell. There's a bit of push and shove on the southern wing. And the two teams are separated now, and that'll do us.
Nick Hind right in the middle of it with a jumper ripped.
Half-time, Friday night footy at the MCG, and after Carlton led by 5 points at quarter-time, they lead it by 24 at the half. It's a game-high margin. The Blues kicking 5 goals to 2 in that second term. The goal kickers for Carlton, Harry Mackay has 3. He also has a poster to go along with it. And then singles down the page, Silvani, Cripps, Martin, Curnow, Owies and Cottrell. While for Essendon, 2 each for Draper and Jones, and then 1 to Dylan Shield. So Carlton leading at halftime. They've only trailed at halftime twice all season. So again, they go in at halftime in front. While for Essendon, a familiar position, they've only led once at halftime all season. They're 24 in arrears here up against the Blues. Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse, it's half-time at the MCG.
Mick, it's a quarter of footy that the stats probably back up all the observations I had anyway, but breaking even contested possessions. Carlton and Essendon both 29 contested possessions. Then the eyes go straight to what Carlton were able to do on the outside once they won it versus what Essendon were able to do. Uncontested possession from all those contested, far in Carlton's favour. Once they won it and they got it to the outside and they used short kicks at times, they used overlap handball at times, they used longer kicks to dangerous forward line at times, just looked far superior and far too easy at times compared to Essendon, where it was good, not bad in the contest. As I said, broke even and went to work pretty well. Clearances early on in that quarter in Essendon's favour. But from there, it didn't seem to have any real system or method to be able to utilise the fact that they were getting their hands on the footy.
Exactly.
They didn't go forward at the right time, and then occasionally they went forward at the wrong time when Carlton actually had a number back and it was well set up and they probably shouldn't go there. So just their system going forward to back up some of that effort play that we have been asking for is not there. But Carlton, gee, they looked sharp when they got it to the outside.
Sharp, and also you just know that the next kick goes in to Mackay, to Curnow, to Silvani, to Cripps, to put it in the air, bring the ball to ground. Jack Martin can mark. Jack Martin's good on the ground. He's good on the ground. They just, look, again, 9 goals. We've seen 9, 10, 11 goals win matches right through this year. Very good games. We've seen some ripping games. I regularly see Carlton, and I'm seeing 9, well, in this case, 9, 10, 11, 12 goals by half time. Now, their trouble is finishing it off in the second half. Now, I don't know for what reason, but their capacity to score is outstanding. I'm just looking at a few metres gained and this is, again, and a lot of this has got to do with a very poor defence when the ball goes eventually into the Essendon line, and as a mark, free kick, or whatever the case may be, or a point, Essendon bring the ball out so quickly and so evenly without contest. Like at the moment, Sam Doherty's gone 402 metres. Newman 280, and Newman's just a beautiful kick. On the other side, I'm so used to seeing Dyson Heppel be one of the better players for Essendon for so long. 66 metres. 66 metres. Now, for those that don't understand about these metres going, it's metres gone forward. You can kick the ball sideways. You can kick it 100 metres if you like. It'll register 0. It's the capacity to go forward with the ball. Inside 50s, that's 29 to 18. And that tells you why it's so important to get a Sard running, a Doherty running, a Walsh running, a Newman kicking, and then because why wouldn't you do it when you've got such a good forward line?
Mick, am I being too harsh on Jake Stringer
Not at all.
when I say that he had 3 disposals in the first quarter, 2 kicks at 0% kicking efficiency, and did not touch the football in that second term?
Yeah.
Now, the ball wasn't in there that much. We're saying that they didn't get it in that well and that efficiently. But somehow, if you're going to have Jake Stringer play, Jake cannot have an entire quarter go by where he doesn't touch the football and only 3 touches in the first quarter and have 0% kicking efficiency when Jake's there for his attacking prowess because he does nothing else defensively. He does not chase. He's not there to lay tackles. So granted, that's not his game. So if your game is attack and you're not contributing, am I picking on him too much because this is only his 5th game and a 5th game for the season?
That's part of the problem, though, isn't it? That's how Carlton are able to transition so easily because the forward pressure from the Bombers, and Josh Marnie told us before the game, Jake Stringer will play predominantly forward tonight.
Yeah, and then Mick reels off that Doherty's had 402 metres gain, Sard's had 235 metres gain, those running half back. So Stringer can't stop that, and he can't get the footy. So have you made a big mistake by even playing him, or is it on Jake because he's actually ready to go and he can't get himself in?
No, I'll tell you this, Lingy. A side that's 9-2, is it 9-2?
Yep.
Right? They've picked desperate. They've picked a side in a desperate manner to pick a player that probably, and Josh Marnie virtually said it, this is the one, he's like he is, and you understand how he is. Everyone in the football world knows how he is. So therefore, the only way back is through the seconds and get yourself superbly fit and bring you back in. If it has to be round 15, 16, 17, you know what? Bad luck, because at the moment, he's given away 2 ridiculous free kicks. So don't count the 3 that he's got. Look at the 2 that he's given away, which are ridiculous. He hasn't added to the score line. He kicked, I reckon he held himself back 10% on that kick because he's uncertain about his body. So the chance, now he might come back and kick 2 or 3 goals, but you know what? They're 5 down now or 4 down now, and so I think it's a real panic by Essendon to put him in the side, knowing they haven't got a lot of players out. They haven't got. McGrath's out, Langford's out, and Hurley hasn't played all year. But the reality is there's not a lot of players out of that side that would change it. So therefore, you've got to either eat humble pie and go, Jake Stringer, for our best point of view is to demonstrate your fitness level's not up to scratch. You get back and play in the seconds until it is. And I reckon you make a statement, big statement.
Yeah, Snelling and Langford are about the only 2, and Hurley on their injury list, 2 they're missing. But centre bounce clearances the way of the Bombers, 11-3, yet you thought that was going to be their biggest issue for the night.
The other number which stands out, I just saw this on the television broadcast, the defensive 50 to inside 50 transition. So from what you guys are discussing, 53%. So 53% of the time that they get the ball in the defensive 50, it ends up in the front 50. The AFL average is 22%.
Yeah, it's unheard of.
I would have said it's about 25%. So 22% is the average.
Yeah.
It is the proverbial hot knife through butter at the moment. Carlton just, there you go, you have that one inside 450.
Some of your text messages coming up after the latest from the ABC Newsroom. Carlton by 4 goals at half-time on ABC Radio, News Radio and Sport Digital. Let's get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News, I'm Clive Hunter. The Greens have a new deputy leader in federal parliament after a boost to their numbers in the election last month. Here's political reporter Melissa Clark.
At the election, the Greens increased their numbers in the lower house from 1 seat to 4 and in the Senate from 9 to 12. In a party room meeting today, they have restructured and changed their leadership by consensus. Adam Band remains the party leader, but he has a new deputy, New South Wales Senator Marine Faruqi.
My election makes me the first Muslim Australian to be in a senior leadership of a major federal political party.
The former co-deputies, Larissa Waters and Nick McKim, will be the party's Senate leader and Senate whip, respectively.
Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has declared Australia and New Zealand are in lockstep in their response to China's growing influence in the Pacific. Mr Albanese and his New Zealand counterpart Jacinda Ardern had a wide-ranging meeting that canvassed climate change and deportation laws. Mr Albanese said China's presence in the Pacific was also on the agenda.
We're in lockstep on the Pacific, and I look forward to working with Prime Minister Ardern, working with our democratic neighbours. We're all a part of the Pacific.
Energy giant AGL has confirmed its coal-fired Bayswater power station in the New South Wales Hunter Valley is operating at only 25% capacity. 3 of the station's 4 units are out of service, with 2 taken offline since Wednesday due to maintenance issues. Its power station in Victoria's Latrobe Valley is also operating at reduced capacity, with 1 unit offline since April. A Melbourne man who left his pregnant partner for dead after she was flung from the cabin of his moving ute has been jailed. Court reporter Danny Tran.
William Wilson has appeared in the County Court of Victoria, where he was sentenced to 3 years and 4 months in prison over the dangerous driving death of his partner, Helena Broadbent. In 2019, the couple had a heated argument at their home in Keilor Downs when Wilson tried to leave in his ute. Ms Broadbent, who was 26 weeks pregnant, was catapulted from the car as she was trying to remove child safety seats. She was taken to hospital where her baby was delivered, but she died. With time served, the 38-year-old will be eligible for parole in less than 2 years.
A Perth man who swindled a fellow member of a religious community out of $2.7 million has been sentenced to 6 years and 9 months in jail. Joanna Manar reports.
Munir Hassan Ali and the 66-year-old victim were both members of a Muslim religious community. Between June 2017 and November 2019, Hassan Ali told the victim elaborate lies about supposed business opportunities he had. On 82 occasions, the victim gave him money, but it was then gambled away and spent on daily expenses. Hassan Ali was found guilty by a district court jury of 82 fraud offences, with the court hearing only $41,000 had been repaid. Judge Timothy Sharp told Hassan Ali he had demonstrated a calculated pattern of deceit, which had only stopped when police got involved. Hassan Ali will have to serve 4 years and 9 months before he can be released on parole.
Malaysia has renewed a commitment to abolish the mandatory death penalty and replace it with other sentences at the discretion of judges. Southeast Asia correspondent Anne Marker reports.
Malaysia has had a moratorium on execution since 2018, when it first promised to abolish both mandatory and discretionary capital punishment. It later backpedalled, agreeing to scrap mandatory death sentences but still allowed judges to decide if certain convicted criminals should hang. So far, the law remains unchanged. The government today renewed its pledge and said it would study substitute sentences for all offences that carry the death penalty. Human Rights Watch says it won't be cheering until the legislative amendments are passed because previous promises have come to nothing.
The US and Brazilian leaders have met for the first time following Joe Biden's defeat of former President Donald Trump in the 2020 election. Brazil's right-wing leader, Jair Bolsonaro, backed Mr. Trump at the poll and was one of the last global leaders to congratulate Mr. Biden on his win. Speaking through an interpreter, Mr. Bolsonaro says his nation, the second largest in the Americas after the USA, has a deep and rich history of cooperation with Washington.
We are tremendously interested in drawing closer and closer ties with the United States. We have experienced almost 200 years of good partnership in our history.
And he also offered to support efforts to solve the conflict in Ukraine. That's ABC News.
They're your favourite healers. And you said you wanted more?
Definitely.
Well, we've got more.
But you have to promise not to do
many more disgusting things.
What? More mischief.
Make up your mind.
More games. What does this button do? And maybe just a few more disgusting things.
What? This is outrageous.
Brand new Bluey.
Yes!
Stream from Monday, June 13 on ABC iView.
Bluey!
The 2022 AFL Premiership season.
Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Here comes Charlie Colonel again.
Harry's by himself.
Turns, spots Harry, kicks to him in the right forward pocket, then the double act. So the Blues bolter, Harry Mackay, he's back, he's snapping, and he's got his second. In greasy conditions, Merritt kicks inside 50, right, beautifully palmed it down. A chance for Jones. Would you believe it? He's kicked his second.
Kicks in the pocket, Silvani. Superb mark. Mackay went down in the pack, and Jack Silvani, 3 deep, comes down with it. Here's a moment for you tonight, Essendon, celebrating their history with a famous blue blood. Jack Silvani puts Carlton 2 goals clear. Top of the goal square, Cripps tries to throw his boot out, and he's going to get it free. Been held on to in the right contest. And Paddy Cripps will shoot from just outside the goal square, 10 metres out. Costly free kick, Cripps makes it pay.
Guelphy gets the hand pass to Draper, jams it on the boots. Got it! Squeeze it inside the right goal post. Who would have thought he's kicked 2? Jams it long towards Big Harry. He's got 2 to compete with, 3 in the end. Hempel's hand pass didn't clear it. Cottrell jams it on the boot and bounces it through.
Jack Martin for Carlton, he lays it up to the top of the goal square. There's a whistle on the play, there's a hold and a free kick for Carlton. And Big Harry's going to get it again. He's on the right-hand side of the post, though, where he likes it. He can hook around off the left boot. Harry Mackay now has 3.
This is the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Sounds there from the second quarter as Carlton took over. They led by 5 points at quarter time, and at half time they led it by 24, kicking 5 goals to 2 in that term. Corbin Middlemass, Matt Clinch, Tim Hodges on the boundary, Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling with you on Grandstand AFL tonight. ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and Sport Digital. Now the SMS number is 0437 774 774. Clinchy, I'm going to throw this one your way. Adam, in South Australia, we have a multi-million-dollar industry, but the AFL can't manage to get the teams, both with dark tops, into clash strips. Redmond handled the ball straight to Jack Silvani.
Why are you handling it to me? You said if there's one other job you'd like to have,
it would be,
apart from being a commentator with ABC Sport and TV host on Offsiders, it would be to pick who does the jumpers for the respective rounds. And to say to the Blues, righto, Essendon have selected you to be their victim for what they hope will be a celebratory night. We'd like you to wear your white alternative strips tonight.
I don't have a problem with the jumpers at all. I mean, these two teams have played each other for 150 years. I didn't think there was too much wrong with the clash. Do we need someone in a clash strip?
In all honesty, unless I got it wrong, Lingy, you can wear the same jumper out there. If you knew that was the opposition, you know the opposition. You know their voice, you know their movements, you just feel the opposition. So it's very rare that you're going to give a hand pass to a player. I'll say now that it was just a bad error on that, because he just got him blindly hand passed. He didn't look.
Do you think there's a problem with the clash?
Today's?
Yeah.
No, I'm finding that quite easy, but we are elevated here and out there. The only team I struggled with was really early in my career, and that might have been because the game was so fast when you've only played 20 games, against the Pies, when we played against you, Mick, when it was just the flash of a dark colour, black or dark blue and white, and it was stripes versus hoops, and you just look out of a pack, and just that fraction of you're going to give it, oh, hang on, no, it's a Collingwood, and you'll change your mind. Yeah. You might hold on to it
that's what it is,
a fraction of a second.
Second.
So not huge things, but I subtly noticed it against the Pies.
I can't see how anyone can say that these two look like each other.
And a couple of bad moments.
I know Essendon would like to think that they've got a couple of their key forwards playing for them, but
Mark in Adelaide, hello, enjoying the call. What is your best crowd estimate?
Well, I had it as close as 70,000.
It's closer to 70 than 50. I think so.
Yeah. I think somewhere between 60 and 70 would be about right.
All right. Next one is Giant Kingston. 2 great old traditional clubs playing in good old traditional June weather. Totally enthralling. Jai, I appreciate your contribution off the SMS. And Greg and Bendigo surely invoking the sub for a preventative for preventative purposes in response to a bit of tightness proves that this rule is being abused to the point that it does not remotely reflect its initial purpose. That's from Greg in Bendigo.
Greg, you are a champion.
Are these all your mates, Corbin? They're very much to your cause as close to your heart.
Absolutely spot on, Greg. It's a disgrace what they're using this for.
And can I say, though, good on Carlton doing it, Michael Voss doing it, because right now they're allowed to do it, and everyone's been doing it all year. A little bit of no, he's a bit tight, I'll bring him off. It's a tactical sub now, not so much the medical sub. And it's
that was early,
not just the concussion sub that it was.
Well, that's cool, it was concussion, but that was an early one, but it's the three-quarter time one that gets me, he's got a sore finger. He's got a sore finger. Well, you know where to put that? Fair dinkum.
Just as the two playing groups are going through their last message, we're happy enough with the AFL green lighting that the doctors had done their role with Tom Jonas, and they were happy enough with he and Zach Butters were right to return. There was no concussion protocol needed because they didn't suffer from concussion.
I'll trust the doctors. They know a hell of a lot better than any of us. It's hopefully taken out of the coach's hands completely. Not that a coach would make a bad decision, but he might be thinking more, come on, if there's 50-50, get him out there. Doctors made the call. Unless we go the full NFL model, and that's a total 100% league doctor at every single game who makes every single call. But that hasn't been mandated, so trust the club doctors.
Sunday teams finalised. Taran Thomas been dropped by North Melbourne. Jaden Stevenson's back, Aaron Hall's back, no Taran Thomas, and Boston Avalangi also omitted. Injured Ben Mackay, Lockie Whitfield and Adam Kennedy, the two back for the Giants. But we've got the second half in front of us here as Essendon celebrate their 150th birthday. It's Carlton by 24, the old enemy at halftime. Third quarter underway. You're with Matt Clinch.
DeConing went early, didn't get a tap, and Phillips gets the clearance kick straight to Sard, who marks on his chest in front of Nick Martin. Chips it laterally to Plowman, who might feed it back around the back to Sard. Decides against that as he pushes back behind his mark. Better option straight through the middle, short to Kennedy. This has been a trademark of Carlton's first half, which was so impressive. Their ball movement, which is clearly a focus in the off-season. Short to Walsh, still straight down the middle. Wants to draw the opponent. Hand pass back to Kennedy. Feeds it out to Plowman on the southern wing. Now wider to Marchbank. He marks and dinks it over the top. Cottrell had to wait for it. Sliding it from the side was Merritt. Spoiled it down. Combined with Heppel. Kicks around the southern wing. It passed a few fingertips. And the Blues have enough time through Young to gather it right half back. Turns it, sends it straight back to where it came. Over Marchbank, had found Doherty. He kicks towards half forward. Harry underneath it. Two to compete against. Great mark taken by Kelly of the Bombers, who feeds it out to Hind.
Rain continues to fall as Kelly hand pass to Hind, who, as Clinchy said, who kicks down the boundary line. This is Jones there for Essendon. Hand pass away to Merritt. Hand pass inside to Hepwell. He spills the slippery footy. Kennedy for the Blues. Hand pass to Cottrell, locked up by Perkins. Taken to ground and the ball up on the wing. Tim Hodges is on the boundary. Hodgie. Rain still falling down there.
Maybe he's taking cover because he's Mick stirred him up so much.
He would have taken cover.
I didn't give him an awful lot of warning. He's will ball up on the wing as Cripps tries to get a kick away. It's smothered.
Slippery
now he lays
conditions,
a tackle on Nick Martin. The ball up on the wing. Tim Hodges is on the boundary. Hodgie.
Hey, I've been doing this for a while, Corbin. I've never dropped the mic just before speaking. I've never seen so many people during the halftime break just walking around the concourse trying to stay warm. So, Mick, I don't want to antagonise you, but it's bloody cold down here.
It's hard to hold the mic when you have your hands in your pocket, Hodgie. For Mick, this is comfortable Ballarat weather. Chance for the Blues through Sam Walsh, who feeds it back to Cottrell. The medical sub who kicked a goal in the second term. Long up towards Big Harry. Used one arm to try and palm it down against Laverde and then races after it. Laverde sees him over the boundary line for a throw-in.
So, again, I'm puzzled about the Essendon forward line. It just structurally is not... It's not functioning. They've had the ball 3 or 4 times and reluctant to go forward with the ball.
Stringer was the deepest forward. He's just pushed up, which might be a good idea from the throw-in. Kennedy has it. He's tackled by Shield. And the umpire will do it once more.
You also mentioned Stringer, whether he's 100% or not. We haven't seen him attend too many centre bounces, which he usually does, and you'd think if he was at full strength, he'd be doing a bit more of that to try and get in the game. The Blues hurried kick forward as Walsh gives it away to Kennedy, but the kick's a turnover and intercepted by Kelly. The back flank for Essendon. And goes short to Sammy Durham, who has it on the back flank still. Kicks down the wing. Perkins arriving late. Spills to Cripps to the Blues. Hand pass to Sard. Surge kick inside 50. Unkind bounce for Laverty. Comes through to Mackay. His hand pass cut off. Second crack out it. Whacks it to Curnow. And his partner in crime trickles it through from the boundary line. Mackay and Curnow, the two-headed monster, link up again for the Blues. And now it's Carlton by a new game high 30 points. 10-4-64. Essendon 5-4-34. Charlie with his second. Harry's got 3. And the big two have 5 between them.
Well, I'd like to be as sure as winning touchline overs, knowing that Carlton were going to kick the next goal, because every time that Essendon kicked the ball forward, they were outnumbered 3-1, 4-2. Structurally, they're just not working hard enough for the kicker to get across, and Carlton are always going to resurrect it. And if you resurrect the ball enough in a wet day like this and get it forward, these are the things that take place. It's really disappointing, that forward line at the moment. It's non-functional, and Essendon won't take the chance of going through the corridor because it is wet. So therefore, go to the kicker, get across and make it easier for him.
Mick Malthouse with you on ABC Sports. To give Charlie Curnow the dribbler across goal rather than the snap on the non-preferred. Shield trying to get the clearance for the Bombers. Hand pass to Perkins. Now to Redmond with a run off half-back. Drives a kick inside 50. Jones has a couple to compete against, and in the end, Louis Young takes the mark for the Blues. He's going to run away from Stringer on the mark and look out to half-back. It's a well-weighted kick for Cottrell. This is an element of the Blues game that has been so impressive. Waits for Walsh to offer a lead inboard. Spots him up. Gives the hand pass back to Cottrell. Puts the foot to the floor. Bursts away at half-back. Kicks up to Harry. He's got it at full stretch. He had Tom de Koning there with him for company in the marking targets. Turns and kicks to the pocket. Jack Martin comes out. Works Kelly underneath the foot. He tries to tuck back onto it. But it rolls out of play in the right forward pocket for the Blues.
What they do really well, Carlton, is they'll go short kick, short kick, short kick, just control possession. But the moment they can get a runner from behind, to take advantage of the stationary man on the mark rule, they break that line and all of a sudden they're out. And then that forward line, that dangerous forward line, comes into play.
To the boundary throw, Mackay grabs it out of the ruck, gives it to Cripps, hand pass to Walsh, hands it back to Cottrell, tumbles a kick to the top of the goal square, punched away by the Bombers. Laverty had it, lost it, stolen by Fisher, bounces it through, and another one for the Blues. The Baggers are rolling at the MCG. 6 minutes into the third term, Carlton by 6 goals, 11-4-70. Essendon flat-footed, 5-4-34. On Grandstand AFL, Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling.
Complete domination, Mick, this quarter. We can see it with our own eyes, but then you go to the stat sheet and it is out of control everywhere. 12-6 contested possession Carlton's way. Just sheer numbers of disposals, 31-14. Uncontested possessions, 20-7.
And add on that, Lingy, 6-4 inside 50s, I think it is, 6-4 and 3-2. What's that? 6-4, but those 4 touched the 50-metre line and just came straight back.
Out, yep.
Structurally, Essendon are in all sorts of trouble.
All of a sudden, Carlton with the last 4 goals of the match, either side of half-time. Back in the middle, de Koning gets the clearance. His kick is smothered though. Ricochets out to Cripps. Tries to find a way around Perkins. Veers out to the right. Drives another kick inside 50. Here comes Charlie. Palms it down with one arm. Can't take the mark. Kelly's there. Caldwell dragged off it. A chance for Durden. Jams it on the boot. It's touched off a hand and ricochets to Heppel. He clears with a kick towards Perkins. He and Doherty do battle. Plowman comes charging through. Palms it down to O'Brien. Hand pass to Doherty. Kicks back towards Plowman. Zach Merritt dropped the mark. He squeezes the kick forward. And it's marked by Hobbs at half-back. Not all that control, but they did manage to hang on to possession.
He was picked 13 in last year's national draft, Ben Hobbs, and many recruiters thought he was a bit of a draft slider being taken outside of the top 10. He kicks down the boundary line. Durham had a hand on it. It slips out of play. And a throw in on the southern wing.
Play is so slow though, because, and in fairness to the player with the ball, he just does not have the targets in front of him.
And it's not to pick on a kid in his 8th game there, Hobbs, but he was so slow for that reason, Mick. And you can see that he's just got doubts in his mind everywhere.
Walsh from the boundary throw-in, races away with that hand pass to Doherty, links up with Cripps, handball away to Hewitt, chips down the boundary line. O'Brien's there, southern side, short kick to Owies, he gives it back to O'Brien, who keeps on moving, heads inside 50, Durden takes the mark on his chest. And Redmond's best efforts running back couldn't get his fingernail to it. And Corey Durden can shoot centre-half forward for Carlton.
Terrific footy, Carlton. First of all, Lockie O'Brien, great run. I would not want to be an Essendon midfielder in the midfield meeting this week watching that clip. That was horrendous around the stoppage. They let O'Brien get goal side and do whatever he wanted in all sorts of space.
Durden moves in. Set shot to make it 3 to start the third. He clips the inside of the post. Behind for Corey Durden. Carlton's lead growing. It's out to 37 points. 9 minutes played in the third.
Kicked 6 of the last 7. The Blues. As Cutler brings Essendon back into play up towards Peter Wright. Couldn't juggle the mark with Young there. Nick Martin runs onto it. Hand pass just wide of Jones. Did knock it on to Parrish though. Veers away from Sard. Looks inside 50. Stringer one-on-one with Plowman. Jake went up early. Got a hand to it. Plowman swats it to the boundary. Jake gathers. Stringer snaps on the left. Great smother Plowman. It spills to the goal mouth. Good hand pass came out from Hewitt. Gets it to Cripps. Only as far as the defensive 50. Nunes tries to knock it on. Got it to DeConey. And now to Sard. Hand pass back to Doherty. The Blues winning all the big one-on-ones. And short to Nunes, who marks it left half back.
Nunes just kicks off a single step down the wing to Cottrell. They've done this all night. Carlton just transfer the footy from the back 50 up front. Kicks to high half forward for Fisher. In the long sleeves, just toying with Ridley on the mark. He now goes back to take his kick. Pokes it inside 50. Mackay the target. Slips past them all. Durden into the open goal. Shakes it. She should have done better there. Had a heap of room. A 15-metre radius from any player on the ground and misses. The clean look from the left forward pocket and behind. The last 2 off Corey Durden's boot. Carlton by 38.
2-2 in this term to the Blues, to no score for the Bombers. As Ridley runs his full measure, sends it towards Jones and Wright. Jones claimed the mark, but Wright will get a free kick for a hold against Lewis Young. It's not bad being a small forward in Carlton's forward lineup, is it? You know everyone's going to go to Harry or Charlie. Chance to get to the feet of them or Crumb at the back. Kick up towards Draper, who takes the mark from the kicker Peter Wright. So the two big guys combining. Now long inside the 50. Stringer comes out on the lead. Plowman from behind. Couldn't take the mark. Walsh tackled. Had the hand pass back to the goal square. Socked through by Hobbs. A sloppy hand pass in defence from the Blues and an unlikely error from Sam Walsh. And Ben Hobbs was able to get forward and soccer it over the goal line. A much-needed goal for the Bombers. Their first goal since the 19-minute mark of the second term. It cuts the margin back to 32 points Carlton's way. 11-6-72 to the Bombers, 6-4-40. 11 minutes gone, third term.
And it came from a Sam Draper contested mark. Standing up strong at centre-half forward. The kick came in, big grab. And then he didn't hesitate, Mick, which is what we've been asking for.
Exactly.
Got it in deep. It wasn't perfect. Stringer couldn't really get a good run at it, but it was to a dangerous part of the ground and it just forced a little bit of a blue from the Carlton. I think it was Sammy Walsh, just that quick handball out under pressure and Hobbs finished it nicely. The importance of Draper standing up strong there. He's been pretty good when he's gone forward tonight.
Well, he's a contester. He just loves to compete, and when you've got someone who can compete like that, it brings other players into the ground, into the play, Lingy. And tonight, I mean, it's a rarity, but he's kicked 2 of his own goals, so he's been a great contributor.
Carlton by 32, back in the middle. DeConey wins it down. Hewitt, hand pass to Kennedy, back to Hewitt. Links up with Doherty off the back of the square. Kicks looking for Cripps. Gets to him on the hop. 60 out, centre half forward. Looks for Mackay. Barrels his way through the pack. Doesn't come up with a footy. Spills to Jack Martin. He's drilled in a heavy tackle. And the umpire says, I'll have it. Taken to ground by Nick Hind. 50 out from the Carlton goal. Tim Hodges.
Just watching Zach Merritt came to the bench after that goal. He was so angry that Ben Rutten, and he was spraying everyone on the bench. I'm not sure whether the cameras caught that, but Ben Rutten actually had to get up off the bench and try and calm him down. So, yeah, just a very frustrated Bomber right now, Zach Merritt.
Jack Martin's kick for the Blues, only as far as Draper at half-back. Kicks a long ball up the southern wing. Carlton have numbers though. Young kicks back inside the defensive 50. Out in front of Newman, who has to still gather. Parrish, Hobbs it was, who came and put the pressure onto him. He was just able to squeeze the kick down the middle. And found George Hewitt. Oh, he can give it back to Newman, who just kept running uncontested. He can hand pass it over the top to Jack Martin if he wants. It's a training drill for the Blues, and it's going to finish with Owies.
And I'll come back to why I said, then. Nick Newman won that ball back in, say, 40 out from the Essendon goal. 3 Essendon forwards watched him take off and relink up in the play. It was far too easy. Jake Stringer was one of them. Just refused to chase. Didn't want any part of going with Nick Newman there.
Matt Owies directly in front, shoots from just inside 50. It's a good strike. It's the perfect answer. Owies with his second. As Carlton immediately respond to the Hobbs goal at the other end to restore a 38-point advantage. 12-6-78 to the Bombers, 6-4-40. 14 minutes gone, third term. You gill at the fish, don't you, when you go straight down the middle? Is that what Carlton are sort of doing at the moment?
Oh, they're going straight through the corridor.
I have no idea about fishing.
Well, you and me both, if you hadn't worked that out.
Well, they're going straight through the corridor, but you know, there's such a thing as being beaten when you are not as good as the opposition. Then there's been beaten because structurally you're unsound. Then there's been beaten when you lack work ethic.
Yeah.
Well, the three components all sit on top with Carlton. They are better, they are working harder, and structurally they are sound.
Yeah.
Essendon are all the opposite. And it's quite bizarre that you can pick a side that's not going to work hard for you.
Carlton by 38 and they're going forward again. Cripps, hand pass to Hewitt, kicks to centre half forward, but Ridley takes the intercept mark at centre half back. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Yes, so Zach Merritt is back on the ground. I think it was Darcy Parish who he was most angry with, which is interesting. The last time we saw the Bombers put Darcy Parish was very animated towards his midfield. So not that there's bad blood, but gee, they're taking it out on each other on the bench here. It's very frosty, very awkward, and just keeping an eye on Merritt to see what sort of response there is on the field.
It doesn't work, Tim. Let me say that is the worst thing, Timmy. I'm glad you've told the listeners that, because one of the things is you cannot do is to do that in a manner when you're trailing, because it just does not, and particularly if it might come back and bite you with your efforts.
Well, I'm just interested, Mick, whether it was caught on cameras. It will be a big talking point if it is. Even the fact that Ben Rutten had to put his headphones down and walk over to almost... I can't imagine what you would have been like in that situation, but just he put an arm on Zach Merritt almost to say, hey, that's enough.
Bombers going inside 50, a free kick to Draper between wing and half forward, kicks into the pocket, front and centre Hobbs, he just went without it last minute. Wright stands up with it, got it to Merritt, hand pass to Jones, who shoots under pressure but misses. Behind Carlton by 37. Parrish spent plenty of time on the bike, still on the bench for Essendon after that dispute, I guess we'll call it, on the Essendon bench.
Newman brings the Blues back into play. Out to Boyd, who almost ran into a dead end as Jones laid the tackle. Hand pass down low for Kennedy, a chance for Laverty of the Bombers. Hand pass to Caldwell, to Jones, hard against the boundary. Found a way through a couple of Blues. Kicks to Merritt on 50. Into the pocket, looking for Wright or Perkins. Perkins off balance, couldn't juggle the mark. Turns and snaps. Almost something to build on. It's just across the face and a minor score. Carlton's leaders, 36 points. At the 16-minute mark of the third term.
But then straight away, Carlton bring the ball in quick, and they've already got it to the wing. As easy as you like, a little chance for a turnover here.
Doherty to Newman, he kicks from Mackay, can't reel in the one-hander. Bombers win it back. Reid to Guelphy by hand. Hand pass to Shealy, gives it back to Guelphy. Goes on a run, trying to finish from 50 out. He kicks goalward, it's helped through on the goal line. Another behind for the Dons. Carlton by 6 goals neat.
Well, that was more good luck than good management by Essendon, because if Harry Mackay had just taken that mark and it was just short of him, Carlton would have been out and gone again, like we've seen right throughout this game.
3-2 to 1-3 the way of the Blues as Doherty's long kick out of defence, almost marked by Laverty. He brought it down to the front where Caldwell's able to turn and kick inside 50. It's wide of Jones. And in the end, an easy mark for Lewis Young. It's looked okay with no Jacob Wiedering tonight. The Blues have been well organised inside their back half. Works it up to O'Brien and now over the top to Doherty, one of the most influential players on the ground. Hand pass to Silvani, who's able to sidestep around Perkins. Kicks out in front of Owies, who has to slide in, trying to protect the ball away from Kelly. Did get it away to Hewitt. Hand pass to Silvani. Sidestep Shield beautifully and then kicks towards the 50. Cottrell shoved underneath. And the mark is taken by Nick Martin for the Bombers on half-back.
Blue Baggers by 35 points, 18 played, third term.
That's the thing. Even with a good quick turnover there by the Bombers, they haven't been able to go quick.
Martin Long to a contest on the wing for the Bombers. Draper flew, spills down to Durham. They retain possession. Hand pass to Caldwell. Gives it to Perkins. Hooks his kick to half forward right. The target tried to slap it on. Blues win it back. Newman hand pass to Nunes. His kick smothered by Wright. Centre half forward for the Bombers. Guelphy puts his head over it. Got it out to Hobbs. Hand pass to Wright. Links up with Merritt and he's snappy. Hits the fat part of the footy and it balloons through for a behind. And that's not the finish they wanted in front of goal. 3 straight behinds for the Bombers. They've had the last 3 scoring shots in the game. Essendon 6-8, Carlton 12-6. Blues by 34.
Doherty into the back pocket for Plowman and then up to Matt Kennedy, still inside the defensive 50. Spots Cripps, tries to protect the ball away from Cutler. Spoils it down towards the 50. Reid put his head over the footy. Didn't take it with him though. Kennedy tries to toe poke it to Fisher. Spills past Stewart. Guelphy with a hand pass to Hine. Trying to fend off the tackle of Marchbank. Hand pass just out in front of Shield. He gathers, trying to get away round Cottrell. He's tackled. Had to release the hand pass. They have the numbers though. Kelly turns and kicks inside 50. Jones can't get a run at it. He crashes the pack, but Jones takes... Louis Young, I should say, takes an easy mark despite Jones's best work as they work it to Savani at half-back.
He kicks to a contest and a one-on-one. Charlie Curnow involved out there with Ridley. Ridley drags it in and then he's tackled by Curnow in the same motion, so a ball up on the southern wing.
Been a good battle, that.
Yeah, terrific.
Ridley and Curnow.
The last 4 scoring shots, by the way, all Essendon behinds. Carlton by 34 points. Ball up on the southern wing. Hewitt got it out to Fisher, hand pass to O'Brien. He just tapped it back into traffic. Shield dispossessed. Got a hand pass away though to Merritt. Kicks in the centre square. Hobbs slips over. Spills through to Newman of the Blues. Hand pass to Plowman. Plowman gives it away to Newman. Still inside the centre square. The left footer kicks wide to Jack Martin. Doesn't take possession, just knocks it on to Nunes. Between wing and half forward, kicks for Mackay. He's got Velcro for hands. As it sticks straight in his mitts. He'll go back and have a set shot left half forward for Carlton.
Clever play, Jack Martin. Great awareness. Knew he had Jack Nunes in support. If he'd taken possession, would have got tackled. Probably gets held up, ball up on this side of the ground. Instead, taps over his head to Nunes and allowed his teammate to have plenty of time to hit up Harry Mackay.
He'll kick right on the 50-metre arc. At left half forward, he bangs it into the man on the mark, Laverty. Follows up Mackay, tries to kick it away to Fisher. Broken up by Hind and Essendon win it back on half-back. Mackay keeps chasing. 2 bounces in the wet for Hind. Got it through to right, close to the boundary line, and Nunes skids out of play with the footy and Dyson Heppel for company. And a boundary throw-in right on halfway in front of the benches. Carlton by 34.
Yeah, theory on bounce the ball, you've got to use the ball. So if you bounce it and lose it, could have looked up one-on-one in the forward line for Carlton. One of the rare moments they did have one-on-one.
Blues by 34 points, thrown back in. Shallow throw in, Phillips just slaps it forward. Guelphy tries to run onto it, but Newman got there first, didn't get a disposal away. Stringer a rare touch, got it to Hobbs. Guelphy knocks it on to Merritt, who knocks it on to Caldwell. On 50, cuts around Lewis Young, pokes the kick inside 50. Nick Martin not the intended target, couldn't hang on to the mark. Now Plowman has to knock it clear, straight to Caldwell, jams on the boot, puts it out on the full. 3 rows back into the fans at the city end.
They're forcing the error. They're just not capitalising now. That's probably been the last 3 or 4 occasions that's taken place. And Carlton have been renowned for this, falling away badly in a quarter. But good sides will punish them. Essendon at this stage, you wouldn't call a very good side.
So Walsh in the back pocket, kicks down the boundary line. Phillips whacks it back inboard to the advantage of Shields, so the Dons retain possession. Hand pass to Caldwell, hooks a kick to half forward, through the hands of Hobbs, slips through to Stringer, steps onto his right boot, kicks to the top of the goal square, getting back O'Brien, puts his fist into it, Wright went without it, rides the contact from Nunes, still top of the goal square for the Bombers. Nick Martin grabs it and he's tackled, taken to ground. And a ball up 15 metres out from the Bombers' goal at the city end. Umpire chucks it up in the air to Koning, reaching over the back, down to Hewitt, stands up in the 2-man tackle, and the umpire calls for it again. We're now 20 metres out from Essendon's goal. Carlton by 34, time on third term.
Managed just 1 goal 4 in this third term. Draper tries to knock it to the advantage of Shield. Kick was smothered by Newman. Phillips tries to use his big frame, had to drop it on the boot. Pinballs around to Koning's hand pass, doesn't clear it. Jack Martin's tackled. And there's no way forward as Andrew Phillips ensures he is going nowhere.
So it's 16 to 17 Essendon inside 50, so they're getting it in there, just can't score.
So Koning taps it down and Newman drops onto the boot through the legs of Phillips. Jack Martin dribbles it through the legs of Cutler. Cottrell tries to soccer it along the ground. Ricochets off Heppel. Back to Cottrell. Hand pass to Jack Martin down low. Put the head down. Tried to break out of the Redmond tackle. Umpire circles and he'll ball it up 55 metres out from the Bombers' goal. It's Carlton by 34 points.
For Dusty Parish coming from the ground again, he went forward after that, after he came on just before, coming straight back to the bench. Timmy Hodges will probably be on in a second, but he mustn't be right to come straight back off the ground.
Phillips wins the hit out. Hewitt kicks it forward, but Heppel marks and then has the ball knocked out of his hands. And a 50-metre penalty against Jack Silvani, who was standing the mark. And now Dyson Heppel is going to be within range, and it's a generous 50 as well. So the man on the mark is going to be about 30 metres out from the goal line.
Just going to have a run up by Jeff Thompson. Have a look at this.
One of just 30 Bombers to have played 200 games for the club. The Essendon skipper on a big night for the Dons. He's got a goal to celebrate. There's been little reason for Essendon to cheer after half-time, but they get involved here. As Heppel puts one through, his first of the season. Carlton's lead cut to 28 points, time on third term. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Yeah, Lingy was onto it. Darcy Parish, it's a left calf. He was on the spin bike before, so there was clearly something wrong. They tried to get him up and sent him out. He could barely get into a trot, let alone a run. They've just brought him to the bench and the paperwork has just gone through, guys. So he's out of the game. Alec Waterman comes in. So, the woes for Parish, the woes for the Bombers just roll on.
Well, you lose a mid, but a forward that perhaps under these conditions, Waterman is a pretty smart player. If Essendon can win the ball, they've got another goal kicker at least.
He is their fourth leading goal scorer with 10 for the season. As Fisher gets the clearance of the Blues, kicks up towards Charlie Curnow. Out with one mitt, couldn't take it. Redmond overran the footy. Durden put his head down. The reinforcements arrive for the Bombers. Ridley, hand pass to Hine, takes a bounce. Charlie Curnow off his chase. Almost enough to put him off his kick.
Great
desperation as Fisher spoils it over the boundary line for a throw-in.
The big key forward, one of the superstars of this Carlton team, Charlie Curnow, just desperation to chase, lay that little tackle and force his boundary throw-in. That's pretty special. You want that from every single player, and Charlie Curnow delivered there.
And a direct contrast to what we're seeing at the other end. Draper wins down the tap. Got the hand pass to Durham, to Heppel through the middle of the ground. Drives the kick towards Phillips. Two to compete against. Silvani in from the
Free
side.
kick, Phillips, though.
Yeah, he was grabbed before that, so it was a good decision by the umpire. Well, it's Brett Mosley, but I wouldn't be surprised. So he picked it up early, that one.
Slow to rise with his ankle caught underneath. It was a textbook mark in from the side, but Phillips takes the free kick, centres the ball. Kelly looks inside 50. Poor kick. Saar takes the mark in front of Caldwell.
But worse than that, Matt, it was 1v3 that he kicked it to. So it's not only a poor kick, it's a poor decision. It just made no sense, that kick.
Saar goes back to Nunes in the back pocket. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Just keep an eye on Jack Silvani, guys. He's not even running towards the bench. He's hobbling. He's in major strife.
Nunes exiting kick out of the defensive 50. There's a free kick spotted here, and Hobbs will get it. He was shoved out of the way illegally by Matt Kennedy, so the Bombers will go back inside 50 at high half forward. Hobbs kicks to the top of the goal square. Fist on it from Young, close to the boundary line. Doherty whacks it back for the Blues. Away to Boyd, his hand pass picked off, Stringer onto it, kicks it back into the corridor, bouncing footy, collected at centre half forward by Hind, hand pass to Merritt, his kick charged down, Cripps got a hand on it, spills to Kennedy, puts it close to the boundary line, and in the end, Cripps inadvertently sockers it out on the full, hunting the footy before it goes out. The two captains colliding and bounced back off the boot of Cripps and ballooned over the boundary line, so free kick for the Bombers.
Apple takes it. The Bombers captain kicks inside 50. Wright and Phillips are there. Off hands, it spills to the back. Newman gathers. Jams it on the boot to Koning, up takes the mark in front of Merritt. Couldn't really even put a presence to try and spoil the big Carlton run.
Well, you are allowed to. You are allowed to actually try to spoil it, regardless of the size.
He didn't seem all that intent on trying to spoil the big 200-centimetre Tom de Koning, who's grown in confidence as his brother Sam started to make his impact known at Geelong. Up towards Harry Mackay, who gets a free kick at right half back.
Charlie Curnow's just dropped behind the footy for Carlton. Could get used here sideways if they want to, but that's just to try and lock away the last 30 seconds or so of this quarter, not let the Bombers score.
Newman to a pack on the wing. Cripps was involved, but it beat them all. Slipped out of play on the southern wing. 28-point lead for Carlton. 28 minutes travelled, third term. Both subs made. Hamstring tightness for Adam Cherrett in the first quarter, and now a calf complaint for Darcy Parish in the third. So Waterman and Cottrell in the game. The two Medi subs from the boundary throw-in. The Blues win it. Walsh, hand pass to Kennedy, hand pass to Nunes, but they're retreating. Defensive side of the wing. Got it to Cripps. Back to Nunes by hand. He kicks down the boundary line. Reid just kills it over the line. Swats it out of play. Between wing and half forward for the Blues. A boundary throw-in. Carlton, they have been starved of Friday night games in recent seasons after their effort back in 2018, where they played 4 Friday night games, lost all of them. They've been banished for a couple of years, but they're one of the most must-see teams in the competition at present. And in their second Friday night fixture, it's headed the way of their first towards another Carlton victory. 28 points the Blues lead at three-quarter time after Essendon kicked 2 goals for Carlton. 3 goals 2 in that third term. The Blues 12-6-78, Essendon 7-8-50, Carlton by 28 at three-quarter time. The goal kickers, Harry Mackay's got 3, 2 for Charlie Curnow, 2 for Matt Owies, and singles for Silvani, Cripps, Martin, Fisher and Cottrell, while for Essendon, Draper and Jones both have 2, and then singles for Hobbs, Shield and Heppel. Hodgie, there's a bit happening downstairs. What's going on both benches?
Yes, I'll start with Jack Silvani. So it's a left hip that was his issue. He's very, very sore, especially in this cold weather. I'm not sure how they're going to get that going again in the final term. Interestingly, Adam Cherrett, who was subbed out of the game in the first quarter, he's right in front of me here on the bench now. He's sat in front of me pretty much the entire game since he was subbed out. Hasn't put ice on that hamstring once, so I'm not sure, guys, whether you've done hamstrings or tight hamstrings or whether you wouldn't put ice on them at all, whether that's odd. And then I'm just looking across at the Essendon bench, and Darcy Parish is unbelievably dejected. I'm not sure whether it's the best thing with that. He's subbed out of the game. It's a left calf. He's got ice on that calf. Whether he should be heading out at the three-quarter time huddle. He made headlines for the last start the Bombers had when he was outspoken, and now he's not even bothering heading out to that three-quarter time huddle. So, he's a very miserable Bomber, unfortunately, still sitting on the bench.
Quick takes on that, Lingy?
Quick takes on that is if it's a really bad one, and clearly it was for him to come off, he was struggling to run and he's there to ice up. I don't have an issue with him not going to the huddle.
Are you permitted, Lingy, if you get taken off like that? Look, don't forget,
I don't know
because he's been subbed out.
Yes, you're able to go. You're able to go out.
Yeah. No, I think
you are allowed to go.
I think you could, yeah.
Right, okay.
And the Adam Cherrett one, if it is simply an awareness or a hamstring tightness awareness, I understand why they wouldn't be icing it at the moment. But then that just, of course, comes back to the laughable rule that it is that you could just rule a player out with a little bit of awareness.
The other thing, there's nothing more icy than sitting on an aluminium bench on a night like this.
No,
that's like having ice applied to it straight up.
Just had the one touch, Darcy Parish, in that third term.
Carlton by 28 points. The thoughts of Mick and Lingy on the other side of this on ABC Radio, ABC News Radio and Sport Digital. This is Grandstand AFL.
Conversations.
Spend an hour in the life of someone else.
You go very raw and you feel a whole layer of skin has been peeled off.
Someone who has seen and done remarkable things.
I didn't stand up next to a safe with a doctor's stethoscope and pick the numbers, but we used to open safes, yeah.
Hear the latest conversations weekday mornings from 11 on ABC Radio.
Or anytime on the ABC Listen app.
The 2022 AFL Premiership season.
Grandstand AFL. On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Comes through to Mackay. His hand pass cut off. Second crack out it. Whacks it to Curnow. And his partner in crime dribbles it through from the boundary line. Mackay and Curnow, the two-headed monster, link up again for the Blues. Punched away by the Bombers. Laverty had it, lost it. Stolen by Fisher. Bounces it through. And another one for the Blues. The Baggers are rolling at the MCG.
Now long inside the 50. Stringer comes out of the lead. Plowman from behind. Couldn't take the mark. Walsh tackled. Had the hand pass back to the goal square. Socked through by Hobbs. He can hand pass it over the top to Jack Martin if he wants. It's a training drill for the Blues and it's going to finish with Owies. And Owies directly in front. Shoots from just inside 50. It's a good strike. It's the perfect answer. Owies with his second.
Hewitt kicks it forward, but Henry marks and then has the ball knocked out of his hands. And a 50-metre penalty against Jack Silvani, one of just 30 Bombers to have played 200 games for the club. The Essendon skipper on a big night for the Doms. He's got a goal to celebrate.
This is the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
It's been a big event for the Bombers, celebrating their 150th anniversary, and yet it's Carlton who are stealing the show. The Blue Baggers by 28 at three-quarter time. Lingy and Mick Malthouse.
Well, they can make a run at it, Essendon, if they can get something going up forward, Nick. I think Carlton have clearly been the better team all night. Their use of the footy's been excellent. Their forward line looks so much more dangerous. But you've referenced it a couple of times, Mick. Carlton have dropped away in games throughout the year. If Essendon can keep doing what they're doing around the contest and find something up forward, anything up forward. If Jake Stringer can even he has not had a good night at all. If he can find 2 goals in this last quarter, there's no reason why they can't sow doubts into the mind of the Carlton players. I don't expect it to happen, but they could do it if they can get something going.
Well, I thought they controlled the last 10 minutes or thereabouts. They had a lot more of the football, but they just couldn't finish. Like, there was so many footballs that looked like they were going to be able to score from. We had Merritt have a kick across his body, went out. I think it went out the floor, or maximum was a point. There was another one that bounced over someone's head. There was another one that was just dropped. And so if you can capitalise on that, it is a long way back, Lingy.
Jake Stringer starting in the centre bounce here. We haven't seen it all night. So alongside Merritt and Shield, just to get something going. I like that move. He can't get in the game. He's got no petrol in the tank. He'll charge forward. He'll play as a forward. He won't play as a midfielder. But why not?
If this breaks, you know where he's going to end up. Well, it breaks anyway. Yeah. This has to fall into his lap.
We saw the passion and the scenes before the game where the Essendon players huddled up with the legends of the club. Dyson Neville spoke. Now's a point where they can reference back to that. If they could find something here, it would be an unbelievable win. That's where they've got to draw on some of those inspirations now and have a massive last quarter.
A historic night for the Bombers, but it's the Blues who lead by 28 points as we head into the final term. Draper wins down the tap. Shields can't take it. Cripps just emerges from the pack. Turns, kicks towards the teeth of goal. Mackay got underneath. Curnow got hands to it. It's picked up by Langford. Caldwell, should I say, who drives the Bombers up towards Waterman. Plowman spoils it down. O'Brien, hand pass straight to Waterman, the sub. Fends off a tackler. Hand passes it straight to Hewitt of the Blues. Hand pass away to O'Brien, to Plowman, to Savani, who seems okay with that ankle. Back to Plowman. Short hand pass into Fisher. Eventually he's brought down. And the tackle is laid by Ridley. Been able to get Ridley going with Kelly with their intercepting game. As it goes short to Caldwell.
And now 50.
Now they've got to take advantage of this. Go quick. Jeez. Get Peter Wright deep. Jones.
Got him one-on-one. Just get the ball in there.
He's hardly charging down there either. Jai Caldwell, he takes his time and kicks wide, looking for Stringer. Sard gets across, spoils. Numbers with Essendon. Shield wins it. Hand pass to Stringer. He tries to take on the tackler. Fisher's got him, holding the ball. And Zach Fisher runs into Jake Stringer and takes him to ground to win possession.
Well, Stringer just hasn't adjusted at all to the tempo of the game.
Couldn't realise he's playing AFL football.
And Fisher with a high kick down the wing. Jack Martin flies. It spills out the back Essendon's way. Redmond hand pass to Hind. Not a great kick. Left a bit for Durham to do. He does well. Swats it down in the middle. Spills though to the Blues as Doherty sends a hand pass to Cottrell. Surge kick to centre half forward. Arriving late Ridley. Spoils, follows up to Hind, and then the hand pass comes away to Kelly, who can just dish it off to Redmond.
Redmond looking at options, decides to come inboard to Shield. He takes the mark at the back edge of the centre square. Carlton by 28 points. Turns members wing, kicks to Caldwell.
Yeah, they have this fear of going to one-on-one or even if it's 2v2, because at the moment this lateral kick is just not working.
Carlton have Plowman loose as he kicks long towards Stringer and Jones. Jones slipped over. Waterman front and centre. Hand pass to Jones. Now to Merritt. Hard out to the left. Long kick inside 50. Over the head of Durham. And Cottrell might rush it through in the end for a minor score. Carlton's lead is 27 points. 2.5 minutes gone. Final term, and the rain might have returned.
Well, this will be the test to see whether they've actually spoken about this at half-time or at quarter-time, a three-quarter time, to see whether they can stop this ball getting outside their front 50, Essendon. Now, right now, they've done...
They've slowed it up well, haven't they?
They've slowed it.
And they should be sniffing a chance for a turnover here, Mick. If they're aggressive in the way they defend this, get a turnover and a quick entry.
Jack Martin at half-back, forced to go long to a contest on the southern wing. And we're going to have a pack which forms as a result of all of that. Walsh locked up by Nick Martin. And the ball up on the wing. There wasn't actually rain. This is not going to help Hodgie or anyone else by me saying this, but there wasn't actually rain on the forecast tonight, and there are showers sweeping across the MCG. It has rained for a large portion of the night. From the ball up, Guelphy got it out to Perkins, kicks to centre half forward, Wright collects on the bounce, turns, kicks to Jones in a one-on-one, trying to mark against Marchbank. He can't complete it. Marchbank does well, knocks it to Young's advantage, and a sweeping hand pass across the goal face to Plowman.
He gives away the hand pass to Newman. Wright slipped over, so Newman had enough time to drive a kick up to the wing. Silvani one-on-one. Fisted away by Reed. Jack races back after it. Sockers it off the ground. Volleys it up to Charlie Curnow. They're making everything work. Can kick it long to Harry. Instead pulls his kick. It's over the head of Owies. Racing back Shield. Got back there in time. Hand pass to Hine. Turns. Back into the corridor. Kicks to Kelly. He marks 40 metres out from his defensive goal at the city end.
Who's bursting from behind there? They get that turnover. Kelly takes the mark. Get an overlap run. Instead, they're just forced to go really, really slow. They're playing from behind. They've got to make up the goals and need somebody who's prepared to break a line.
Carlton by 27 points. Kelly short to Redmond and now to Shield. Nick Hine played that role sort of last year in their run from behind, creating options from half back. O'Brien's up, spoils it out of play, and Marchbank can't keep it alive in front of the two benches.
Yeah, you're right. So you want him doing it ultimately, Clinchy. But if Carlton have planned well, they'll stop him from doing that. So who else? Who else is going to run? And even some sacrificial run to draw somebody out so Hine can still go. That just got to be more aggressive with their ball use.
From the boundary
Now's
throw
a chance.
The Bombers win it from the stoppage. Merritt to Perkins, hand pass to Caldwell. Kicks for Wright. Works his way to the front and takes the mark. Louis Young was in the box seat and Peter Wright just moved himself in front.
And I like that. Harry Jones straight away, talking to his midfield, went and gave the big clap and said, that's it, get it in there. That's what they can see, the Essendon forwards. When it comes in quick to a one-on-one or a two-on-two, even numbers, they can score.
Rain just eases up the touch. Big set shot coming up for Peter Wright. He moves in. He misses. Just to the near side of behind. Carlton's lead cut to 26. Gee, it would have made it interesting. 6 minutes played, final term.
It would have made it really interesting because just no Carlton's history hasn't been flash finishing.
Blues bring it back into play through Doherty. To Koning was held. He'll take the free kick at right half back against Phillips. In fact, it might be Harry Mackay who gets the free kick.
He comes a long way up the ground, doesn't he, Mackay? If they need a handout, see either him or Curnow. It's a great combination they've got, just with the Conning as a young ruckman. It gives him a real chop out.
It's probably the advantage they've got versus sort of Jeremy Cameron and Tom Hawkins is just their mobility. They're both great athletes.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't underestimate Cameron's athleticism. And I've seen Hawkins up on the wing take relief marks too. So good forwards work well with the team.
Just one. Blues got out by 38 points, Clinchy. From that point on, Essendon have had the last 7 scoring shots and kicked 1 goal 6.
And a couple of set shots too.
2 of the last 3 goals of the match. Hobbs can't pick it up cleanly from the throw-in. Kennedy has a go. He's tackled by Hobbs and Caldwell. The footy won't come clear, and Hobbs punches the turf in frustration that he couldn't take the ball cleanly.
That's why I'm harping on about the fact the Bombers, if they're prepared to get the ball forward aggressively, there's a tiny sniff. I mean, you've got to finish your work, of course, but...
From the ball up, hurried kick in the middle of the ground from Perkins. Skids its way inside the centre circle. Nunes can't pick it up, but paddles it to Fisher's advantage. He gets a hand pass off his backside, but it's stolen by Waterman of the Bombers. Hand pass to Hind. Kicks out wide for Wright. Bounces half a metre in front of him. He collects. Shoots a hand pass to Nick Martin. 55 out against the boundary line. Kicks back to the hot spot. Stringer flies. No mark. And the Blues with the numbers at the drop. Doherty hand pass to Plowman. Took on 2. Bounced off both. Hand pass to Doherty. Goes back to Marchbank. Tackled as he kicks out to half-back. Durden presenting. No mark. Essendon with the numbers.
Free kick, Bombers.
Hobbs tackled without it. And he'll get the free.
Well, they're coming, the Bombers. They just can't finish.
That was Jake Stringer's best moment of the game. 2 efforts there in the contest, first of all, then the chase and tackle.
Hobbs from 55 out, kicks to the top of the goal square. Right, trying to reel in the mark, can't do so. Socket away by the Blues, and Plowman puts it onto the chest of O'Brien, who marks back pocket. Carlton back in possession, deep in defence.
Cripps is free on half-back. He spots him. And then beautifully weighted kick where he marks it in front of Hobbs. Inboard to Kennedy to the runner. Sard almost lost his footing. He was going that fast. Hand pass to Cripps. He'll kick it off balance. Awkward barrel towards half forward. Hind is in front. And he takes the mark with Owies caught behind. Bombers take it back, trailing by 26 points. All of a sudden options down the middle of the ground to Perkins, who had a fumble as he wanted to move it quickly. Now kicks to a one-on-one at half forward. Brought down by Cutler, who's held. And he'll take the free kick against Nunes.
Got to go there quick. He's going to sit on it and wait. So Peter Wright, who was one-on-one, now has to compete against 4 or 5.
It's not a great kick as well, as he says, have a go with that, Peter Wright. Through his hands it went to the top of the goal square. Plowman's over the footy. Lewis Young as well, dragged down by Peter Wright. And the umpire will toss it up. Right of the teeth of goal for the Bombers, but it's Carlton by 26 points.
Got his both hands to that too, right, and clear.
Wright wins the head out to Coney the second time, knocks it away. Walsh through traffic, squeezes the kick out. Martin can't take the one-hander. There's a free kick for an illegal Shepherd, and it's going to Fisher's way, and Carlton will get the free kick in the defensive 50. He kicks a drop punt out wide to Doherty.
They find easy targets, Carlton.
He goes short to Walsh and Walsh short to Newman. The criticism too of Essendon all year, they actually set up in the right position, but then they have such little pressure that it's so easy to kick your way through.
Yeah, well, they set
the
up
Bombers' defence.
Yeah, well, anyone can beat grass.
Yeah. So you can stand in the right spot, but if you're not actually doing anything, it doesn't get you very far. Newman, long kick down the wing. Slips its way through in the greasy conditions to Silvani. Hooks a kick to a dangerous spot. Centre half forward for the Blues. Out to meet it is Cutler. He just knocks it to Ridley's advantage, and in the back pocket he collects for the Bombers.
Redmond wants to switch it to Durham. Took an important mark. One-on-one with Nunes. Well, he was now where too, because he's got players in the middle of the ground, but he wants to head laterally.
Well, when he marked that, he one step off his line and he's clear of the man on the mark, because he already stopped the man on the mark. This is just an awareness thing of football. You've got to understand when you've got that bit of clearance. Your teammates are forward of you, need that room.
Out to Wright, now to Cutler, who wants to return it back to Peter Wright as he's making his way down the southern wing. Problem is he needs to be the next link in the chain. It's centre half forward, so he turns and comes inboard to Kelly, who gathers on the half volley. Corralled by Cottrell. He's got a problem. He just got the hand pass away in the nick of time towards the boundary line. And it goes out of play in front of Tom Cutler.
Well, this is when Draper needs to be on the ground, standing 35, 40 metres out from goal. Get rid of move one of those forwards out there. Is not doing any good. Draper will attract the ball. He's just a mountain of a man. He's young, he's energetic, and he's kicked goals, so he's got his confidence up.
Carlton by 26, 10 minutes into the final term. We haven't had a goal yet in the quarter
Cripps,
for the boundary
wow.
throw-in. Cripps got a hand pass through to Nunes, kicks in the middle of the ground. Heppel collects on the bounce for the Bombers. Hand pass to Redmond, hand pass to Guelphy in the middle of the G. Dishes off to Nick Martin, tackled by his namesake Jack. Ball squirts off the side of his boot. Jack goes in and wins it. Hand pass away to Doherty for Carlton. Gives it to Durden. Kicks it straight down the pipe to Owies. One out in the cage as Mackay decides to go shorter. And skidding
Jack
through.
Silvani free inside forward 50.
Jack Nunes takes the mark, hits up Silvani. And Silvani can shoot it right half forward. Has stopped the run of 7 consecutive Essendon scores.
3 Carlton players, all free inside forward 50 because they were prepared to spread hard away from the initial congestion. And Bombers players, either through a choice of just not wanting to do the work or just really poor decision making, all just stayed around the footy, left them free.
Carlton to make Essendon pay at the other end. Silvani leaves it out there. Misses to the left, to behind. So Carlton move to 12-7, Essendon 7-10. The Bombers with the previous 7 scores, they went 1 goal 6. Carlton lead the game by 27, 13 into the last.
Well, Draper's on. I'm really pleased that they've got him on. And they got right down there as well. Look, if you've got any chance, you've got to be able to get that ball into those 2 players. They're both capable of marking it for a start off.
Hind to Hobbs, works it up to Waterman on the wing. He hits his body well against Boyd. He couldn't quite combine with Perkins, and Jack Nunes sees it out of play for a boundary throwing. So many of the Essendon legends in the house tonight. Carlton leading by 27 points. Can they muster one last effort here in the final term? Thrown back in, Silvani and Draper. Draper knocks it down. Cripps has been so impressive. Stripped of it. Hobbs could have been held with not in possession. Kennedy breaks away. Gathers speed. Kicks the Blues inside 50. Charlie Kerner the target. Spoiled away by Ridley. Harry Mackay front and centre. The 2 key forwards. We'll do it all ourselves. Kicks towards the goal mouth. Bouncing. Nick Martin got back there. Rushes it through a couple of metres out from the goal line. Carlton by 28 points.
Mick and I both side at the same time there. That's a quick point. So you get to bring the ball in as quick as you like. Dyson Heppel had options up the middle, could have used them. Instead went to the pocket, and now his team's under the pump. They kick it out of bounds on the full, and it's going to be another Carlton entry.
And Jack Nunes is going to get the take it with the mark set 52 out from the Carlton goal line. Nunes into the pocket. Laverty, who kicked it out on the full, stands underneath it, and he's going to be paid the mark. But punched out of his hands late.
There's no 5th quarter. So I hope they realise that. They've only got this quarter, which is now 8 minutes left.
Carlton by 28. Laverty to a contest on the wing. Wright swats it down and then wins it at his feet. Hand pass over his shoulder, a turnover. Young for the Blues. Hand pass to Walsh. Hooks a kick over his shoulder down to half forward. It'll pitch and run close to the boundary line. Laverty bangs bodies with Durden. Gives it to Heppel. Took on the tackler. Got it through to Hind, and the Bombers are out of the defensive arc. Hand pass to Shield. Against the boundary line, southern side. Hand pass away to Perkins. He kicks down the southern wing. Durham leaping for it. Spills front and centre. Durham becomes the tackler on Plowman. Takes him into the ground, and a ball up on the southern wing. Carlton by 28 points. 15 played final term.
And Carlton have held up really well in this last quarter, but Essendon have just left their run to try anything too late in this quarter. Even when they had bits of momentum. It's going to be another free kick to Carlton here from the stoppage. I just wanted Essendon to be adventurous, Mick, and just go for the win.
Well, that's right.
It feels like the Blues have come to a halt. Essendon are not quite good enough to punish them, really.
Look at the stats. You know, they're in about meters are even this quarter. It just seems when Carlton go into their forward line, well, it's a bit crowded now. It look like they're going to score.
Walsh, Kennedy, Cripps all involved. Kick inside the 50. Draper up, drop the mark. Kerno tries to slap it into the pocket. Durham over the top, trying to lock the foot in, and his tackle was over the shoulder. And Ridley will take it. The Bombers have had their look at the sticks. They just haven't been able to make them count. It's Carlton still by 28 points.
Yeah, give the handball. The run from behind.
Kick from Ridley out to half-back to Heppel. He doesn't give it. He pulls the trigger back on the 45 to the outer corridor. And Wright takes the mark. Peter Wright kicks a high one out to the ruckman. They all miss it. Phillips looked like he lost it in the lights. He goes to ground the big man, trying to Wayne Harms to whack it forward.
Yeah, but
it's deliberate.
He's trying to knock that onto Guelphy there. That's just a miss-hit. It was a strange-looking incident, but that's not deliberate.
As if he wanted to. As if he wanted to knock the ball out of bounds.
You could just imagine how graceful that might have looked in his mind and looked nothing like that.
Brian takes it for Carlton on half-back. He goes short to Hewitt.
Mind you, he's a ruckman.
Exactly.
He became the first player traded between the two clubs in 16 years. A couple of years ago, Andrew Phillips. There's Carlton with the footy now through Matthew Kennedy. And goes long down to half-forward. Draper competes in the pack. Spills down to Hind. Goes running round the back of traffic and then kicks looking for Phillips on the wing. Bounces in front of him. Guelphy overruns it. Now Laser Shepherd invites Perkins in. Bombers still with it. Perkins sells some candy around Walsh. Hand pass to Shield. There's nothing to go to. Shield has to backpedal. Hand pass in the direction of Phillips and Draper. Draper running like a midfielder through the centre square. Hand pass to Shield, and again the overuse by Hand all the way back to Laverty.
He decides to just bomb it inside 50, have a fly at that, which Durham does. Young spoils it away. Out towards the top of the defensive 50. Fisher with a hand pass to Nunes. Kicks out to Hewitt. He can mark on the southern wing. He's got Sard inboard, or he's got Young wider still. He works it to the outer of the options. Who kicks it up to Sard. Tucks the footy under his arm. Takes a bounce. Run down. Great effort. Caught by Laverty. A whistle. Must have somehow got some boot to ball. Cottrell kicks inside 50. Up goes Mackay. Can't take the mark. And it's gathered by Perkins. Works it to Guelphy. The Bombers out of defence.
Kicks to Jones and a one-on-one with Marchbank. Marchbank spoils, but there's a hold before that and a free kick for Jones.
I know he's been my whipping boy all game, but Jake Stringer hasn't touched the footy again this last quarter.
He was on the bench, to be fair.
He is on the bench now, but
Jones kicks down the wing. Young takes the intercept mark for Carlton. Pokes the pass to Fisher, who's all alone. Turns heads inside 50. Mackay the target over his head. And Ridley takes the intercept mark. Who's done a pretty good job tonight for Essendon with a tough assignment against Curnow. He swings the kick wide to Cutler, who marks at half-back. It's the first of 3 straight weeks. The Bombers are on Friday night footy. They've got St Kilda next Friday night and then over to play the Eagles in round 15.
How many games you call this year where there hasn't been a goal scored in a quarter by either side?
Yeah, very few.
We haven't done too many North games, to be fair. Long kick towards half-forward. Phillips was up to Koning as well. Couldn't take it. Doherty works it away to Cripps. And spreads the ball wide, and the mark is taken out there on the outer side by Jordan Boyd. He can turn and bring it inboard. Walsh, tackle, trying to burst his way clear. And the umpire will pull it up. We haven't called too many Eagles games as well for our friends in the West.
There's been 420 quarters leading into the round, only 51 goalless turns. That's a side going goalless. I don't think we've had one, Nick, where both sides have been goalless so far this year.
I knew if you asked the question, Nick Corby would have the answer.
Well, I was looking for the he's good, isn't he?
He's got it all in that stats book. Cutler kicks towards half-forward. Boyd's happy to see it out of play.
I guarantee you the oppositions to North Melbourne and West Coast wouldn't have gone goalless in a quarter.
Crowd
when
posted.
they did.
65,440.
I've found one. Last time Essendon played, Nick, round 11 against Port Adelaide in the driving rain. So both teams goalless in the final quarter there. We have had one. 28 points, Carlton's lead. There's Stringer here up around the ball. Wins it from the stoppage and then kicks it to Hobbs, who takes the mark. He lays a hand pass back to Stringer. He's 52 out and he has had a dirty night. He shanks it out of bounds on the full, shooting for goal.
You know, I wouldn't. You don't pick yourself. A match committee picks you or coach picks you. He is clearly, totally and utterly underdone, and it's a desperation move. But he does not pick himself. So I reckon Essendon have got to look at that. Why they've done that.
Ben Runt made the comment there. Brings confidence and belief. Well, he hasn't looked like his best version tonight. Hobbs on half-forward for the Bombers. Hand pass to Cutler. Almost run down by Cripps. His kick is too wide as the pressure came. And it's out on the full. So Jake Stringer, having not played since round 7 with a hamstring injury. You'd imagine if it wasn't a big occasion, at 2-9, there'd be an eye to the future and to try and get him right. Young with a long kick towards half-back. Charlie Curnow in the pack. He takes the mark.
There's your forward coming up. Just to take a bit of stress off around the ground, so settle it down, take a mark, then reset your forward line.
I mentioned Essendon St Kilda next Friday night. Thursday night's going to be fun. Clinchy, another arch rival for Carlton. They play Richmond next Thursday night. Both teams coming off a win. Carlton got themselves in a little bit of a pickle here, trying to clear defensive 50. Stringer lays a heavy tackle on Newman. They're still in a tangle as the umpire calls for it. And the ball up, 45 out from the Bombers' goal. He chucks it in the air. Phillips punches it forward. Cripps for Carlton. Hand pass away to Doherty. High up and under, out of defensive 50. Reid knocks it away from Curnow. Spills down to Merritt. Shot a hand pass forward, but only as far as Cripps. Gives it to Walsh. Merritt sweating on him straight away. Ball held in the tackle, and a ball up centre half forward for the Bombers. 22 played final term. We haven't had a goal in the quarter. It's Carlton by 28 points.
Merritt squeezes a kick inside 50 towards Stringer. Tries to knock it on to Guelph. He could take it cleanly. Newnes with a throw. Got away with one. No, he didn't. The umpire saw it. Could we finally have a goal at the 22-minute mark of the final term?
65,000 Clinchy, 440 the roll-up. So best crowd for a Carlton Essendon game since 2013.
So Matt Guelphy has it. And he'll shoot on a 45-degree angle just inside 50. 10 disposals tonight, playing predominantly across half forward.
Well, he's had a go, this kid. He's really had a go. I don't know if he's good for this distance, unfortunately.
Guelphy looks to wheel into it, gives it everything he's got, leans back as he tries to look at it the right side of the post, but it's the wrong side. The right-hand side of the right goal post. And another behind for the Bombers. 7-11-53. Carlton 12-8-80. It's Carlton by 27 points.
Nick's all over it off the SMS as well about the goalless last quarter. And the Bombers played against Port Adelaide. We could be up for another one here. Nick Martin chops off the kick out, looks to centre half forward. Knocked away by the Blues, but into the path of Heppel, who shoots goalward and misses. Another behind. The Bombers have kicked 4 of them in the last quarter. Carlton have kicked 2. So it's the Blues by 26. We haven't had a goal in the final term, which is now 24 minutes old.
Paddy Cripps just calling to Nick Newman there. Just slow down. Take your time. Awareness of what the clock is.
Newman up towards Harry Mackay. Reid right there with him. Spoils it down boundary side. And Walsh is taken out of play by Laverde. Carlton by 26 points.
He's got some learning to do, Reid, but he shows some really good signs. He's giving away probably 15 kilos. He's going to be okay, the young fella.
For the boundary throw in, De Koning grabs it out of the ruck, and that'll just about do us tonight. A deliberate paid right at the death, a free kick for Carlton, a goalless final term. And a happy anniversary, Essendon, celebrating their 150th tonight. It'll be signed, Love Carlton. The Blue Baggers rain on Essendon's parade. The Blues back in the winners list. They beat the Dons by 26 points.
We are the Navy Blues. We are the old dark Navy Blues. We're the team that never lets you down. We're the only team old Carlton knows. With all the champions they like to send up, we'll keep our end up, and they will know that they've been playing against the famous old dark Blues.
65,440 turned up. We had the cavalcade of Essendon greats before the first bounce, and the Bombers started with a spirited opening term. They hit the front late in the period before Charlie Curnow kicked a goal on the siren to put the Blues in front by 5 at quarter time. They kicked 5 goals to 2 in the second term to lead by 24 at the half and 28 at three-quarter time. There wasn't a single goal in the final quarter, but the Blues blew out the candles much earlier. Carlton home by 26 points to ruin Essendon's 150th.
We are the Navy Blues. We are the old dark Navy Blues. We're you down. We're the only team old Carlton knows. With all the champions they like to send up, we'll keep our end up, and they will know that they've been playing against the famous old dark Blues.
Carlton 9-3. They're well entrenched inside the top 8. They bounce back from a shock loss to Collingwood before the bye. 12-8 over Essendon, 7-12. The goal kickers, Mackay kicked 3, all in the first half. 2 for Curnow, 2 for Owies, and then singles for Silvani, Cripps, Jack Martin, Fisher and Cottrell. While for Essendon, 2 for Jones, 2 for Draper, and 1 each to Hobbs, Shield and Heppel. Both subs were made. Adam Cerra with hamstring tightness in the first 10 minutes, and Darcy Parish did a calf just before three-quarter time. The Bombers to 2-10, their worst start since the supplement scandal affected season in 2016, where the Essendon 34 sat it out. Carlton a 9-3. Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse.
Professional win by the Blues. It was ugly for that last quarter, Mick. We're not going to try and pretty that one up too much, but they did the work they had to do, Carlton, earlier on in the game. They were efficient with their ball use. They were strong up forward. Harry Mackay stood up when he needed to, kicked his 3 goals. Paddy Cripps, I thought, was just superb all night. Sam Doherty, excellent and off half-back. It's not an example of Carlton at their best, but they did enough and did what they had to do. I mean, we'll probably spend a fair bit of time talking about Essendon as well. They had sort of little half chances to get themselves back in the game, but they missed shots at goal. They just missed simple skill errors, all that sort of stuff. But I suppose it's a sign of maturity from the Blues that they can play scintillating, brilliant football. Now they're top 4 on the ladder, and they can win that way as well. They win in a pretty ugly, dour sort of game.
Well, Michael Voss would be wrapped, because a win's a win's a win. Essendon had, it's 150th year
anniversary.
You've got all the older players here. The spark was to even have them on the ground, and that's permission granted by the AFL. If anyone goes on the ground, it's got to have permission. So clearly it was a major, well, it is a major event, and it was a major opportunity for them to be with players that have been highly successful. So, and they did come out. They come out and they showed a little bit. Unfortunately for Essendon, if I had to be really critical of them, I thought their forward line collapsed on them too many times, and that goes a lot to you mentioned Stringer, out of position or, unable to put pressure on. And I don't think he was the only one, by the way. We can say about him because he's such a dynamic type of player when he's up and running.
Well, that's expectation of how good he can be compared to his output.
Of course it is. And I think Essendon made a massive mistake in picking him. It doesn't matter. Names don't win game or get kicks. It's the player that gets the kicks. And he was not. I know it was round 7, and you expect a lot more, but he clearly just hasn't got the miles in the legs to be a player that can. Like he gave away 2 silly free kicks, and right in front of us he took one of the Carlton players on, got caught badly, but because he just thought, I'm Jake Stringer, I can do anything here, but he clearly couldn't. The second one was when Carlton broke, there was a real sense that they were going to score because they had very little contest through the corridor, particularly with mids chasing them back, and then the backs got caught out so regularly. It was quite amazing that they would get caught out so badly.
Yeah, and we go through the indicator. The certain baseline we wanted from Essendon tonight was effort, contest, everything like that. Centre clearances, Mick, which is the strength of Carlton's. Essendon wins 13-8. So tick. Contested possessions, basically even, slightly in Carlton's favour. Tick. Tackles from Essendon, they win at 76-54. Tick. So the foundation of effort was there. But it was just the ease with which Carlton had their passages of play versus the disjointed ugliness of the way Essendon moved the ball at times, which I suppose you go, okay, pleased with certain effort, but frustration of Essendon fans is, for all that effort, come on, get some reward for it. So that's the thing where you're probably tearing your hair out as an Essendon supporter right now as you're listening to us thinking, gee, we put that effort in, but we've got to be better with our ball use going forward.
A lot more from Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse coming up. The Blues home by 26 over the Bombers. Into the rooms with Tim Hodges.
It's a fantastic atmosphere that's building here, guys, in the Carlton rooms, waiting for the arrival of the Blues, and they will come in and you will hear the applause. Sam Doherty leads the Blues in. An unbelievably happy and satisfied group, and they'll get to sing the song for the 9th time this season. Nick Newman will join us after the song. The stragglers just coming in. Sam Walsh is the last of the Blues. George Hewitt, the absolute straggler. Adam Chera will be the last to join arm in arm. And here they go, the Blues, for the 9th time this year, singing the song. I tell you what, their box office and plenty of jumping on board the bandwagon. It's full down here in the rooms, which is lovely to see on a Friday night. And if you stick with me, guys, Nick Newman is going to come straight over to us, so I'll be able to put the cans on.
Beautiful.
Hey,
straight into it. We'll check in with Hodgie and Nick Newman in a moment. So these are always hard to judge during the bye rounds, but they're now having played their 12th game, they're back in the top 4, Carlton. So St Kilda still to play their 12th game tomorrow. Hodgie.
He's ready to go. Nick, thanks so much for coming over live on ABC. Hey, describe that performance. Really workmanlike effort?
Yes, it was a bit of a weird one. Felt like we played some good footy, but got pretty scrappy there in the second half. So it's one of those ones where, really pleasing to win and sort of a little bit of a mature win, but still a lot to work on from that one. It's a bit of a weird feeling, that.
You say a mature win. Like, is it satisfying after losing to the Pies and having the week off? I understand the coach really put it on you to make sure you responded today to make sure you got that 4 points?
Yeah, definitely. We wanted a response, and it's not nice when you go into the bye having had a loss and you've got a bit of time to stew on it. And it's one of those ones where you can sort of go one or two ways out of the bye. And really pleasing to get the win. But still got a lot to work on.
Is it true that the coach was pretty fiery to make sure he did get that response to the needle or prick to make sure that you came out tonight because the opposition had plenty to play for?
He wasn't too fiery, to be honest. He's pretty level in general, Vossi, and sees things for what they are. So he sort of put it back on us about playing our way and a bit more about the process and worrying about the outcome with some of the expectations that are probably starting to come on us after a few wins. So, really pleasing to get the win, but move on next week pretty quick.
You were terrific tonight, Nick. I'll send you upstairs. We've got Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling.
Nick, well done on the win. I'm just intrigued by that last quarter, Nick. Was it you guys trying different things about what you've been working on to slow the game up and some of, I'm talking about some of the, if you don't mind me calling them fade outs in the second half of games earlier on the year, or was it Essendon sort of bringing you back down to that level? Because it was a very much a slog in that last quarter. Were you trying a couple of things you've been working on?
Not that I'm aware of, Lingy. We sort of wanted to go a bit more back to basics that last quarter. We felt like we were overcomplicating things in the third, and I think someone said there was no goal scored in the last quarter, which would have been pretty boring. So, it was one of those ones where I felt like at times we probably went a bit too slow with the ball, and then a couple of times we probably went a bit quick when we didn't need to. So, I'm not really sure about that last quarter, but it would have been good viewing.
No, it wasn't overly pretty, but Carlton fans don't care. You got the win. We sat up here marvelling at the game of your skipper, Paddy Cripps. It was just superb whenever there was a tight moment. He seemed to be the one getting it going. What have you seen from Paddy from last year where his body looked hurt and sore at times to what he's doing now and that burst away from stoppages? Have you noticed a real massive difference even around the club and at training?
I haven't noticed a difference around the club, to be honest. He's always been one of those guys that's the ultimate professional, ticks every single box. He's always looking for something to do to get better. So around the club, his demeanour and the way he goes about it hasn't changed. But yeah, so I guess it's pleasing to see him getting a bit of reward, a bit more this year than probably past years. And yeah, he looks really explosive. I think from the back line, you see him bursting out of stoppages and breaking tackles, and that's when he's at his best. So yeah, just really pleased for him because yeah, he works as hard as anyone. And he cares about this footy club a hell of a lot.
Nick, well done. Nearly, what have we got here? Nearly 600 metres carried. Beautiful kicking. The back line just seemed to be. It's functioning beautifully. Can you just give us a little bit of a rundown of what Sam Doherty means to you and the team?
Yeah, look, he means a hell of a lot. I feel like I've been asked this question a fair few times, and my response is the same. He's just an extraordinary human being. He's pretty inspirational. It's hard not to walk a little bit taller when you walk out next to him, knowing what he's gone through. Not only to just be out there, but playing some seriously good footy. So, yeah, it's been really pleasing, the back line, in terms of the personnel changes this year. So I feel like we haven't had the same sort of seven really at all. We feel like there's one or two changes every week. But the pleasing part is guys have been coming in and playing their role. Boyd, he was pretty good tonight. I thought Marchie's played his role. Brody Kemp at times has played his role. Yeah, so that's been really pleasing from a back line point of view.
And what about when you look up and inside your front 50, you have the two mountains, if you like, particularly Harry Mackay. Of course, Charlie Curno's a fantastic mover across the ground and up the ground for you guys. It must be relieving to know that you've got this opportunity, particularly your kicking style, which just seems to just glide through, 10, we'd be more than 10 metres off the ground, but you can just find those targets coming up the ground at you. It must be pleasing to have that sort of target in front of you.
Yeah, it's pretty nice when you look up and you've got Charlie coming at your leg and Big H 40 or 50 metres down the line. He's not going to get out marked. So, yeah, they make a lot of our kicks look pretty good at times. Sometimes you think, oh, geez, I've popped it over Charlie's head, and he just seems to launch up and clunk it. And then, yeah, it was great to have Harry back to give us a bit more of a two-pronged attack. And I know the little mosquito fleet down there love having Harry down there as well. They get a few more crumbs. So, yeah, it's a nice luxury having those two down there.
Nick Newman from the Carlton Rooms has joined us on ABC Sport following their 26-point win over the Bombers. Nick, it's Matt Clinch here. Obviously no Jacob Wiedering tonight, so we're all interested as to how the back six would go for the Blues. How do you assess the game of sort of Lewis Young, and who sort of took the control down there in the back half? Was it yourself? Was it Sam Doherty who sort of took that leadership position?
Oh, it's one of those ones where you sort of rely on everyone stepping up a little bit. I don't think you can leave it to one or two guys. And yeah, obviously I try and lead a bit down there. So does Doc, so does Plough. And Youngie and Boydie are starting to come out of themselves as well, and Sardi. And yeah, Marchie's just going to get better as he goes on and the more games he plays. So yeah, I thought Youngie gives us a really good contest in the air. And he's only young, so he's still a work in progress, and he's going to keep getting better and better. But yeah, I thought he was pretty good. Same with Marchie tonight. He's going to be better again after getting through his first game in a long time.
Yeah, first game since 2019. So he would have been nervous. He would have been excited to get back. Was it a real lift for the playing group to see him finally get back to AFL level?
Yeah, it was. He's a much-loved figure at the footy club. And I think any time someone goes through that sort of adversity, you're just so happy for him to see him, all the work that he's put in, and he's had so many setbacks over his journey. So to see him come back, get through unscathed, and he looked really good tonight, and he's going to get better. So yeah, just really happy for him and his family, because it's been a long road for him.
The other guy I'm interested about, Nick, is George Hewitt. You would have seen him at Sydney, and now the player who's become at Carlton. Clearly they knew what they could potentially get if he was able to play to this level. What have you seen from him in the first sort of 13 rounds of the season to become a crucial cog in your midfield?
He's been outstanding. I was probably a bit more privy to how he goes about it than some other guys, and I think a lot of the players sort of thought, geez, this guy's going to be a pretty good player for us and give us a hard edge. But I think everyone's sort of been not shocked, but yeah, really sort of a little bit blown away by how good he is inside in the clinches, his clearance work, and even his composure. So yeah, I lived with him my first year up in Sydney, so I'm just loving having him at the footy club, and he's been enormous for us. It's great to have him here.
And Nick, I noticed tonight you're playing.
This is the last one, Corbin.
Nick, I noticed tonight you're playing your 26th consecutive game, so you actually go past Jacob Wiedering, who misses tonight, as the longest running Blue. So it's an interesting record to hold, but you've played more consistently than anyone else during that period. I imagine you've seen the team change a fair bit in that time as well.
Jeez. It's not a very high record, is it? 26. I feel like I'm sort of just coming back now and starting to get a bit of confidence. So, it's one of those ones where we're quite young, and we've had a few injuries this year and last year as well. So, it's one of those weird records, but I'll take it. I'm just happy to be back playing and getting some consistency, and the body's feeling good, which is nice.
I'm sure you'll rush back, Nick, and tell all the boys about it. It's such a huge honour, I'm sure. Congratulations on the win tonight. Enjoy these moments. Appreciate your time.
No worries. Thank you, guys.
Nick Newman inside the victorious Carlton rooms.
He's a good player, very good player, very important player, because he can defend really well, really strong in one-on-one contests, but uses the ball well. And
kicking.
Part of a backline that does use the ball well.
Yeah.
Sard's very creative with his run, and I love, just quickly on Sard, I love the fact that Michael Voss has reset Adam Sard and said defend first, play on a dangerous opposition forward, and then run and attack when you can. Last year it was this, it was an awful balance.
Bit bizarre, wasn't it?
And he'd be running around the back towards the boundary on his non-preferred side just to get a touch. His balance is so much better now. But so there's Sard, there's Newman, there's Doherty. They're all
running.
Good ball users and can be creative off half-back. And we saw that tonight at times. We remarked that it was probably too easy defensively from the Bombers. But to Carlton's credit, they take the ball off the line, they use it angles, and then they look for that overlap run when the opportunity's right, break through with that confidence, knowing they've got a forward line that's worth getting the ball into.
Well, Lingy, just on that, I'm not going to do any mathematics here, but I'll just call the numbers. Like Doherty's 700 metres. Now, this for the game for the listeners. This is what you carrying the football or running the football or kicking the football, marking or hand passing the ball forward. So it's not across the ground stuff, not going backwards. In fact, if you have a look at Waterman, I think is -7 tonight. So he's obviously gone back with his. He had 4 possessions, so they're probably all hand passes. Or they were all hand passes. So we're looking at 700 metres by Doherty. Newman nearly 600, and I think Sard's nearly 3. Well, he is. He's 340. So they even Young is nearly 300 metres. So their run out of the back line. Now, that says a lot about Essendon, but it also, as you said, Lee, it shows that they're prepared to run. But the other thing about it is Doherty's running at 83%. Newman at 65%, which is surprising. I thought he used it beautifully. You've got Young at 100%, and the other player I said was Sard, which is close to 73%. So they're very high numbers. Again, it says a lot about the defensive work of Essendon not being able to cover those kicks. So you're not going to have those. You're not going to have those metres. You're not going to have those percentages against the top side. So they'll put more pressure on. But when you have a side like this that won't work hard at you, you've got to work hard against them to get that yardage.
And just for our listeners, generally high 60% is good kicking.
Good, yeah.
Yeah, good kick. And you're aiming for, if you can hit 70% kicking efficiency across the whole team, then you've had a really, really good night. So as a team, Carlton have gone at 64%. So they're okay to heading towards good
and
kicking.
Slippery night too.
Yeah, but those players that you reeled off are all in that either good or elite ball use on the night. I love the decision making.
Plowman at 83. Now, we all know that backline players kick to each other these days. In the old days, you used to kick it out of there, get it out of there. But nonetheless, they're still finding targets, which mean that Essendon then have to chase. And the more you chase, as we all know, the tighter you get, and sometimes in the end you get lazy.
And you're right, they do look for each other, but it's about good decision making. If the opposition's really well set, they've had time to set the ground, well, then you don't invent the perfect kick through the middle of the ground where there's nothing there. You take ground and you might use a 20-metre kick, a little bit safer, get a mark. But the moment that Carlton are getting the opportunity to get a little handball and run from behind, or something does open up in a dangerous part of the ground, they're taking it at the right time, which means they're playing with a caution and then they're sensing the moment to explode through.
Yeah, well, those numbers suggest all that.
Yeah, and once they explode through, then Curnow and Mackay and these types of players are getting a great look at the footy.
The Carlton draw's fascinating. You can't help who you play. I mean, the draw's determined at the start of the year, but even though they find themselves at 9-3, their top 8 victories have come against Sydney and Richmond. So Richmond are only just in the 8 and Sydney are outside of the top 4 as well, while the sides that they've lost to that are currently in the top 8 is Fremantle. And that's it. Their other losses have come against the Gold Coast and Collingwood, who are in the mix.
So they've got to play those other
which
ones
means
yet.
On the run home, they've got fascinating matchups to come. So Richmond again next week, which is going to be a great game. They play Fremantle again at Docklands. That's a home game. They play St Kilda for the first time, Geelong for the first time, Brisbane and Melbourne. So they haven't seen any of those last 4 yet.
No. Well, they'll be tested because the only one doubt on their game. We've already looked at their back line, and Weeding will come back late in the season. We know their midfield's highly effective, and I still rate them. You've got Hawkins and Cameron. Next is got to be Mackay and Curnow. If not on their day, they could probably surpass that. And they're going to be here for a lot longer because Cameron's come later into the Geelong lineup. But the only thing I say is that it's happened again. Today they've kicked 3 goals, 4, I think, and allowed the opposition kick 2 goals, 8. So, and Essendon really had probably more shots that could have and should have been goals. This is happening too many times now. I trying to work it out. Is it fitness? It doesn't seem to be fitness. Is it mental? Well, today in those other games, some of the mids have just stopped dead. I've seen Paddy Cripps not touch it, Kennedy not touch it, but they've been doing this today. So I can't really put my finger on why they suddenly give up so much time without the footy.
I still think they're discovering themselves as a team.
Perhaps.
We're raving about them, how good they're going, and deservedly so. But I still think they're in the discovery phase of their development and understanding exactly how they win and exactly how they control games. To then understand when it swings to the opposition's favour in a game, how to get it back on their terms. So I still think they're in this great growth
evolution.
phase.
And so will they level out short of the top 14, do you suspect?
Ultimately, I probably see them at fourth or fifth. Yeah. No, I think, and with that tough run, that might slip them to 5th or 6th. But
that'll determine where they finish, Lingy, because they'll go half in that. Yeah. Because can you be sold on Brisbane? I'm certainly not sold on Brisbane. Melbourne now, a few cracks have appeared there. So let's see how Melbourne handle Monday. Fremantle, they're excellent. They're good. The Cats
have got a good run home.
Very good run home. The Saints. I reckon this week will be a very good test for the Saints and Brisbane, because it's in Brisbane. The Saints are up and about. The only thing they lack is Jack Steele, and when I say only, that's a big loss. I'm not sold on who they brought into the side, but they'll get better when Clark comes in and Steele comes in, and it'll test. And the other thing about, if I can just say about Brisbane, they've got 2 forwards who are both iffy. Like, look, I don't care who you are, what you are. If you've got long levers and you go up and you've already had a dislocated shoulder, good luck to Danaher and the other boy Hipwood. 12 months physical, 12 months mental. So it'll be who's going to kick their goals.
Also, St Kilda are fast, and
that'll
Brisbane
be
struggle
the
with leg
test,
speed.
won't it? Yeah. It just doesn't feel like they're playing as well as what they did in the first sort of 5 weeks. It feels like it's more in flashes, and it might be a great upside for Michael Voss because they're learning to defend for large portions.
Very much
and it felt like 9 goals in the first half, 3 goals after half time. Sure, it was wet weather footy, but it's a pattern that has emerged that they don't really finish sides off. For as dominant as they can be and as quickly as they can score, they don't really slam the door and get out to 10 goals. And
no, but those teams that do that, you've got to have talent. You've got to be good at what you do. But they're also experienced mature teams. So I'm talking about players that are anywhere from 110 to 180 games. Now, if you don't mind me just taking a second, this is the players who are under 100 games that form the core of this Carlton team. Jack Silvani, Lockie O'Brien, Adam Chera, Matt Kennedy, Harry Mackay, Tom De Koning, who's only played 32 games, 33 now, Sam Walsh, Corey Durden, Caleb Marchbank, Nick Newman, Zach Fisher, Charlie Curnow, Lewis Young,
Jordan Boyd has only played his 5th game. Matt Owies and Matt Cottrell have all played under 100 games of footy. So they're not at the peak of their powers, and they're not at the peak of their understanding and maturity within football.
They haven't got a teenager and they haven't got a 30-year-old, Carlton, so it sort of shows exactly the demographics of their list as you beautifully outlined there.
Next test, Thursday night's
Brian Cook kind of said that. By game 75 of his and Michael Voss's time, they expect them to be at their peak, and yet the one player they probably couldn't afford to lose was Jacob Wiedering, so we're getting a look at them without him.
26-point win for Carlton tonight. Grandstand AFL, Corbin Middlemass, Matt Clinch, Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse upstairs. Tim Hodges is in the Essendon rooms. Hodgie.
Corbin, Andrew Phillips has been good enough to come out and speak to us. We appreciate your time. Such a massive week for the club, such a massive night. What's the feeling after falling short?
Obviously it was a pretty big build-up during the week, and a lot of understanding the significance around the game. And while it was a disappointing result for us and not something we wanted to dish up, it was an absolute privilege to be out there. And also, I guess, having the opportunity to have seen, play for Carlton and seen both sides of the fence and understanding the significance around them as well, coming up against us, and obviously being on the other side of the fence now. It's been great to see from both sides.
Just before you ran out through the banner, were you able to see any of the pre-match festivities, which were, quite simply magnificent, that the club put on beforehand?
A little bit here and there. It's it's pretty hard to take in. They switch all the lights off, and they've obviously got the fire going off in the banner. There's a little bit to take in, but there was enough going on when we come out there, let alone what was happening beforehand.
And then just come out of the coach's room. What was Ben's message afterwards? I mean, was he a bit flat with the performance, or how was he?
Yeah, obviously, you could sense the frustration in his voice, and obviously, very, very flat, and that's the feeling amongst the playing group. The hype and significance around the day, and it's a really big one, and it's such a disappointing result for us, but there are some positives to pull out of it, and that's something we'll look at during the week, and I guess it's just have a look and see what we can take out of it.
We appreciate Andrew giving us a few minutes. I'll send you upstairs Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling.
Oh, Andrew, it was disappointing tonight to lose, I guess, because of how much was put into it. But could you just give us a little bit of a feedback on when the Essendon player, the former Essendon players, come out and you had that huddle in the goal square? Can you just give us a little bit of an idea what took place and who spoke and what you learnt from that?
Yeah, obviously that was a pretty epic moment and very special to have them out there. And it was obviously driven by Hep, and Hep said some words out there, and it was about us getting around there. It wasn't get down there, get around them, and they've been such a massive part of the past, and their faces are plastered all around the club, and the stories run deep with the past of them. So they're such a significant and had massive impacts around the club. So it was awesome to have them out there for the start of the game and just have them out there.
It was a special moment. Is it hard, Andrew, to look around that group and see them and what they expect of you, knowing that this year hasn't gone to plan?
I guess so. There's a little bit of you sort of feel the expectation of them, and the players would be feeling that. I know I did. It's they're the people you want to impress, and they're the people who've had such significant impacts on the club, and they're not someone you want to disappoint. It sort of hurts from that. It sort of stings a little bit more from that regard, but. I'm sure they've 100% been through times like this, and they know what it feels like, the same as us. So I'm sure they're well aware.
Andrew, it's Matt Clinch here. Some light-hearted fun to finish with. I thought you were quite graceful up against the boundary, but the umpire didn't see it that way as you tried to slap it forward.
Oh God, graceful! I wouldn't call it that. Yeah, there's probably I'm always good for at least one of those moments in a game, and that's one I think I'll be tabbing through when I look at that in the highlights reel.
Andrew, appreciate your time. Good luck next week against the Saints.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate it.
Friday night for the Bombers. 2-10. Their record worsens to Friday night footy against the Saints, who obviously still to play this weekend, while it's a Thursday night blockbuster, Richmond-Carlton back here at the G.
And obviously the news perhaps doesn't get much better for Bombers with Darcy Parish subbed out of the game. He wasn't having a great night anyway, and then the injury compounds everything. There seemed to be an intent at times from him and Merritt and Shield to get the ball forward. But then at times it went back to the old habits.
Yeah.
And there was the old ringer Rosie in here. We'll go sidewards and handball and you can all get a touch and all fill your pockets up a little bit. But no Parish now means somebody else has to step up into that. Is it Jai Caldwell perhaps going more inside? I don't know what the answer is. You don't just replace...
McGrath will be back.
McGrath comes back.
It does kind of feel from the outside, and Hodgie beautifully described the exchange between Merritt and Parish and Ben Rutten involved, that they kind of feel that they want to win it on their own merit. They want to be the one who tries to steal the side and dominate with clearances and get them back on the right track, and yet it feels like that's fundamentally part of the problem, that they need more contributors, not less.
You know, Matt, one of the things about that sort of demonstration, you have to be, one, on top of your game yourself and leading the charge. Two is you can't humiliate any of your teammates whatsoever. That is just a no-no. There's been arguments, I've had players argue constantly when Nick Maxwell and say he's short, but it was a heated argument on a play, but it was never humiliation. The second thing is you've got to perform when you're prepared to put your nose in front like that. You've got to say, well, I'm on top of my game, and I'll help you through. A pat on the back is sometimes a lot better than having a shot at a bloke. And if you've got something to say, and I've been always critical of the fact that some coaches wait until half time or three-quarter time before they say what should have been said at quarter time. But with players, you've got to be very, very careful, because they will lose confidence in themselves, and then once you're scared of making a decision, you're virtually stepping backwards for a start off. So it is such a fine line that you're a captain, so you'd have been in this position, but you're at a pretty mature side. I don't know how you went with the younger players, but I think that you've got to principally, the first thing is you've got to help your teammate be better.
That's the key point.
If you undermine him and he doesn't play better, you've automatically made a bad decision.
Ultimately, leadership on the field is about getting the desired outcome that the team needs from that player in that moment. So there is different ways of talking to a player to get that outcome. I mean, I had teammates that if I was aggressive with them, they'd be aggressive back and they'd want to fight, argue, and you'd lose them for the next 5 or 6 minutes. So you'd talk calmly with them and explain through, here's where we're getting opened up, so here's where we need help. And that straight away they'd be on board. Other teammates, you could give them a clip. You could give them a really strong spray, and you'd get a response from them. Other ones you had to direct and encourage and support through different things. So you can't just go in and think, I'm going to be hard on my teammate here no matter what, because you might not get the desired outcome.
And we see the successful programs nowadays, a lot of them are player-driven environments. And if you believe the whispers out of Essendon, they haven't been recently, and now we're trying to see them work their way through that.
And I can't on one case say Carlton haven't hit their best because of the maturity in the games played, and then not say, bring this up with Essendon. These players should know better. Parish has played 128 games. Merritt's played 174. Shields played 191. Heppel's played 203. Stringer's played 162. These players should know better because they are in that window of understanding the game and understanding each other and their prime.
Their midfield is part of the core of the problem, which is no doubt some of the frustration.
Off the SMS, Michael says it's disappointing, even as a neutral, to see that display from the Bombers on a big occasion for the club. They are really struggling. Simon from Lugs, there is no excitement in the way Essendon play. Carlton have excitement in spades. A very underwhelmed Bombers supporter. That's from Simon. And Fran in Melbourne. Hi team, enjoying the call. I'm looking forward to the Tigers and the Blues. Let's see then if the Blues are the real deal. This game is not very convincing, even though they are winning. Talking about Carlton tonight, obviously, with a goalless final quarter. Thanks for your contributions throughout the night. Before I'll tell you a little more about what we've got coming up tomorrow, the votes, Lingy and the ABC Footballer of the Year.
Yes, the votes are one vote to the bloke up forward who just did the work when it had to be done. The game was there. Harry Mackay kicked the 3 goals, took the 8 marks, just a big, strong target. Love what he brings to the rest of his team, that confidence and belief. Because the Curnow v Ridley battle was a good one. Ridley held his own, but Mackay was really impressive. 2 votes to the man that Mick brought up, said had 700 metres gained, 33 touches off half-back. Sam Doherty was just superb. But I just thought the difference when it got a little tight, when there was some congestion, the skipper stood up and just completely tore the game apart at little patches of the game. 28 disposals, 8 clearances, kicked a goal himself, 8 score involvements. I thought the best player on the ground was Patrick Cripps.
What a season he's having. Top votes for Patrick Cripps. He gets the 3 from Cameron Ling and the ABC Footballer of the Year, 2 to Doherty, 1 to Mackay. There are so many storylines to talk about. Mick, you're on Sports Talk in WA tomorrow from 10 a.m. That's WA time. From 12 noon, Lingy, you'll be with Clinchy and Rama for the lead. Following that, we're also going to have an extended sort of footy chat in the lead up to the game tomorrow. So we've got only 6 games this round spread across 5 days. So there's 2 matches tomorrow. Fremantle Hawthorn followed by Brisbane St Kilda.
I promise that Clinchy and I will ask Rama for all the stories from tonight and all the old legends and what they got up to and the stories they've been telling. We'll force him to tell us, Clinchy.
I hope he doesn't come straight from the celebrations.
I was going to say, he's only halfway through it, Rama. I think they've got their big gala night tomorrow night, the Bombers, to back on from that. Unfortunately, for their sake, they'll be going there as a loser. There's also SA Grandstand, of course, coming up for those of you in South Australia. On behalf of all our team tonight, thanks to a cash back in the studio, to Stu Baker, to Lauren and Craig, to Tim Hodges downstairs, and of course, our Friday night experts in Melbourne throughout the season, Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling. Thanks to Clinchy. That'll just about do us. Full time from the MCG tonight. Carlton by 26 points. They get themselves to 9-3 on the season and back into the top 4. In the end, they reign on the Bombers parade, celebrating their 150th anniversary tonight. But the Dons really no match for Carlton. Their record worsens to 2-10. They fall to 16th on the table. The Blue Baggers get home by 26 points. Good night.
For laughter, tears.